Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to do this pretty lace pattern. It's almost like a V-stitch, but it's not. It's like a little mini fan with a V-stitch in it. It's easy. Do not think for 1 minute that this is going to be difficult. It's not. Now the yarn I'm using is this variegated one. I like using variegated yarns for doing my little samples, for doing my tutorials, because it lets you see what these stitches are like in just single colours. It's really pretty in pink, you've got lilacs, there's blues, we've got it in greens. It's really pretty in all those little green shades as well. So if you're making a blanket for a man or an older person, then and they want more subtle sort of toned down colours, then it'll show you that you can do this in a really subtle shades of green and darker colours if you want to do them for men or for older people. And I know a lot of people don't like me saying that, but men do deserve blankets as well, and there is as many people out there that will say, I want to make a blanket for my granddad. What's a decent stitch that's not too frilly, it's not too feminine? If you want a nice stitch for your husband, for your son, for your grandfather, then I'm going to show you what it's like. Some of them that you can use to do blankets for men, especially with Christmas coming up. And even men like to sit and watch the TV with a blanket over them as well, don't they? They're not any different from your gran or your aunt or your mum or yourself even. So I'm going to show you how to do this stitch. It looks kind of offset, but it's straight. Look, it is straight. It's got nice straight edges. Well, not there, I was crimpling it in there. It's got really nice straight edges. It's got a nice straight bottom on it. Even the top's nice and straight. You don't even need a border for this. If you want to put a border, you can put anything on. You can put a shell border on, put a fan border on. Shells and fans are very similar anyway. You can put treble crochets on, but look how straight it turns out. There's no real need for a border, which is an extra plus. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Well, the yarn that I used for this is this ice yarn. And I got this from a lovely lady on eBay. I'll put a link under the video, and I'm not getting paid to do this. I am not getting paid to show you this ice yarn or who I got it from. She's very reasonable, and that's why I'm going to put a link underneath the video to her eBay selling site. That way you don't have to go to Turkey to get your yarn. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is Nice Baby, this yarn is called, and I got this in, I did a little yarn unboxing just the other day, and it showed you this in it. There's all different colours of this, and I think it's quite a relatively new yarn, and it's beautiful to work with. Look at that, it's beautiful. Comes in lots of different colours. So today for my sample, and I'm going to use this Red Heart Super Saver yarn. It's a really pretty mint green. It looks blue, but you can see down there it's a nice mint green. So I'm going to use this to show you that sample. So the hook I'm going to use with that yarn, I'm going to use this 4.5mm tulip crochet hook. Now look at that, it's like one of those ones with the silicone and someone squished it in. And that's the way you get it. You get it with that nice broad thin in pad here, and it's really quite comfortable to hold. It's not too long, so it just sits really nice in my hands. So for this stitch we're going to do a chain of 4. What you're going to do is, I don't know how big you want to do your blanket, so do your sets of 4 along a measuring tape until it's as wide as you want it to be. So I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then keep repeating that until your foundation chain is as long as you want it. Now what you're going to do is into the 4th chain. So count your chains, don't count that loop on the hook. 1, 2, 3 and 4. into that fourth stitch you're going to put a UK treble crochet, just in through there, pull through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now into that same stitch put 1 more treble crochet, 1 more stitch. Now you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and into that same stitch do 1 more treble crochet. You're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3. Now into here you're going to do that little fan and V stitch, or a little cluster and V stitch. So you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 1 more crochet stitch into that same area, into that same stitch. So the stitch creates, it's like a V stitch, but it looks like a little fan as well. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and do that little V stitch fan again. 2 UK treble crochets, and if you're in the USA these are double crochets for you. Chain 2, 1, 2, remember that chain 2, and put 1 more treble crochet into that stitch. Move to the next, skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your V stitch fan. That's 1 treble crochet, 2 treble crochet, chain 2, 1, 2, and 1 more treble crochet into that same stitch. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and do your little V stitch fan. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain, and 1 treble crochet. You're going to do that all the way along your foundation chain, and this is what you get. So I'm at my last 4 stitches. I'm going to skip 3, 1, 2, 3. Into that last stitch we're going to do 1 treble crochet, just 1, and this is what you have. Now at the beginning here, the 3 chain that you skipped makes your treble crochet at this end. You'll always have a treble crochet at each end. So you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. That is your treble crochet. It's not really part of the pattern. So all you're going to do now is work into these chain spaces, into the chain of each of your clusters. This is the row you'll just repeat. You'll repeat it over and over and over again until your blanket's big enough. We're going to put this cluster into this chain space. So skip those stitches. Put 2 UK treble crochets, 2 chain and 1 treble crochet into that same space. So that's 1 treble crochet. If you're in the USA these are double crochets for you. That's 1 and 2. Now you must remember your chain 2 and then 1 more treble crochet. This is so easy. Skip over to your next chain space. Don't go into that space, go into the chain space in your cluster and do your next V-stitch cluster. So that's 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 1 more treble crochet. And it's going to offset your pattern like this. So over to the next chain space and repeat that cluster. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain, 1, 2, and 1 more treble crochet. You're going to do that all the way to the end and you'll finish on 1 treble crochet. So remember your 2 chain and 1 treble crochet. This is so quick. It is such a quick stitch, and each row is about an inch tall. Remember your chain 2 and one more into that same space. We're going to do the last chain space, 1 and 2. This is a lovely easy stitch, a little V-stitch fan. Now you're going to find that treble crochet here on the end, and into the top of that count 1, 2, 3 stitches. Into the top of there you'll do a treble crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work around, and then just work back the way. Look at that, it is so pretty. We're just going to continue to do that. So into the chain spaces only, do your next V-stitch cluster, whoops, 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2 and 2, 1 treble crochet after that. So you'll have your 1 stitch on each end. You've got your 1 stitch over here. You'll always just do 1 treble crochet there, and you'll do that little V-stitch cluster into every chain space. Remember and do your 2 chains. It's 1 treble and 2. Now remember your 2 chains. You need those 2 chains to work into on your next row. Get some more yarn. That's 1 and 2, chain 2 and 1 more into the same space, and then move along. And that's what you'll continue to repeat. You'll just continue to repeat that, and as you can see, it sort of flips itself around. It's nice on that side as well, and it's so easy. I did say to you it was going to be really easy. I'll get the one back that I'm working on, and look at this, look how easy that is. All you're going to do is just keep repeating that V-stitch fan, and it's so pretty. Either side, completely reversible, nice straight edges as well. If you're a beginner, what you can do is right at the beginning, I'm going to get my little green one back, at the beginning of the row, at the top of your chain of 3 in here, you can put a stitch marker. You can put a nice bright coloured piece of yarn or a little metal stitch marker, so that you know that's where you're doing your treble crochet into. And the same here, you can put a little stitch marker on the top of that chain of 3, and that way it'll keep your blanket, if you're a beginner, until you get used to it, nice and straight. And that's it. That's the one that goes with that, that's the one that goes with that. And that is it. It's so simple. It is just so simple, and it's really nice in all those muted darker colours. So you can make these for Christmas gifts, for birthday gifts, any kind of gift, any colour. Look at all the different colours. It shows up so pretty in all these different colours of yarn as well. It really does, it's pretty. You can make it in pastels, make it in any colour of yarn you like. Any yarn that you want, just use the hook size it tells you on your label. Just use the hook size that it tells you on there. And that's it, really quick and simple. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Look at these absolutely amazing cupcakes. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. For the white around the edge, I've done 2 rows all the way around the blanket when I finished it. To do the bottom of the cupcake, I used this Paint Box Simply Aran white. Now this is a 4-weight, I think, in the USA. It doesn't actually say, oh yes it does, it's a 4-weight on this. To do the fondant icing I used chunky yarn, any kind of chunky yarn. This one is a paint box. That one is a Stylecraft Baby Chunky. It's the same thickness, and look at those beautiful pastel colours. I didn't have a lemon in this paint box chunky, that's why I used that one, but it still worked. You can still see it there. Now a chunky weight is a 5. If you're in the USA, the weight of this is a 5. And I got this on, this paint box is Lovecraft's own brand, and they do ship abroad, and when you click on it, it'll ask you if you're in the USA or the UK or what country that you're in. So you can get this yarn, and it's such beautiful pastel shades. I've used a beautiful baby blue, a lilac. These have just got numbers on them. The blue one is 331, if you need to know. The lilac is 342. I can't remember what the pink is because I don't have the label for the pink. This one is the ballerina pink. It's a beautiful peachy pink colour. It's beautiful. The number for this one is 352. The white is 200. The number is 200 for the white. And you'll have to look for the baby lemon. I don't have any lemon of the baby lemon in the chunky left of the paint box. So I used this Stylecraft Babies Chunky. And it's called Baby Lemon, and the number is 1233. But I'm sure if they've got a baby lemon, they'll have all these other pastel shades. You just need nice fondant icing looking colours of yarn, and you're going to get this. It is absolutely beautiful. Now I started it with a row of treble crochets along the bottom. I finished my blanket with 2 rows all the way around. I'll show you that at the end. So I'm going to show you how to do this beautiful cupcake blanket. So I'm not going to show you how to do all the colours of that blanket. When you do the fondant icing, just change the yarn to the colour you want. You can do them all the one colour. You could do them all just with the white and blue. You can even do the base of the cupcake a different colour if you want, and then do different coloured fondant icing on the top. So for the first part, we're going to do the bottom. I'm using a UK 5.5 crochet hook, so it's a little smaller than it's telling you. It tells you to use a 6 for this, and it tells you to use a 6.5 or a 7 for that. So I'm going to use this 5. If I can find the end of my yarn, I'll pop that there. Now the stitch count for this is 4. So you're going to do chains and sets of 4. Don't worry if you don't keep count of your stitches. You can always just pick the extra stitches out at the end. So for this, we're going to do in sets of 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got my foundation chain done. So what you're going to do is you're going to add an extra 2 stitches, 1 and 2. Now into the 4th stitch, in your chain, you're going to put a treble crochet, a UK treble crochet. So we're going to put 1 treble crochet into each stitch along the bottom. One treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets. one into each stitch. So I put one treble crochet into each of the stitches. Now I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. That becomes one treble crochet and one chain space. So you're going to skip that very first stitch and that second one. Now into this third stitch from the end, so count 1, 2 and 3. You're going to put 4 UK treble crochets into that same stitch. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets. So you're going to put 4 into the same stitch. So if you're in the UK, they're treble crochets. So that's 1, 2 into the same stitch, 3 and 4. Now you can use double knitting for this, for the whole blanket if you want to, but I think it looks nicer when it's done in a chunkier yarn. So you're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and do that cluster again, 4 UK treble crochets into the same stitch. 1, 2, yarn over and in the space, that's 3, and 1 more makes 4. This is going to make the base of your cupcakes. That's going to make the base. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do that cluster. 1, 2, 3, do your cluster of 4 UK treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4, all into the same stitch all the way along. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your cluster. 1, 2, 3 and 4, all the way along. So at the end you're going to chain 1, and into your last stitch you're going to put a treble crochet into the last stitch. Now what you're going to do is you're going to cut your yarn, just cut your yarn and pull it through that stitch, and this is what you have. You've got 1 on the end and 1, your little, remember we had a chain of 4 here, that's 1 treble crochet and 1 chain. Now you're going to your next colour. I'm going to do blue. You can do these any colour at all for your icing part. So I'm going to go into the third stitch in my chain that I've got here, into the third stitch, and I've got my next colour of yarn. So remember, for the icing I'm using a chunky yarn to do the icing, and I'm using an Aran yarn to do the white actual cupcake part. So I'm just going to pull my yarn through this stitch, wrap that over. Now we're going to chain 5. Every time you do the icing part you're going to chain 5 to begin, because you don't want your blanket to go in the way when you start doing your icing. So I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's going to be a treble crochet and 2 chain. Now you can stitch your ends in as you're going along, or you can just keep it until you finish the blanket and stitch them all in. Now into the next stitch of this cluster you're going to do a UK treble crochet. So push your yarn through and pull through, yarn over and come through 2 loops. Now keep that stitch on your hook. Into the next stitch do the same, yarn over, pull through, yarn over and through 2 loops, and keep that there, and pull through. Now we're using a chunkier yarn to do the icing. You don't have to, you can do it all the one type of yarn. I just thought it looked a lot nicer because it had the chunky yarn in it to do that nice, make it look like it's got nice thick icing on. So yarn over and pull through your 2 loops. So you should have 5 loops on your hook. You're going to put your yarn over and come through 4 of those loops. If you can't get through all of them at once, just come through a couple at a time. So keep 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over and come through those 2 loops. So now you're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. That's going to take you over to the next bundle. We're going to do that little icing part again. So yarn over and into the stitch and pull through. Yarn over and through those 2 loops. Keep that one on your hook. Yarn over and do the next one. And keep that one on the hook. Now in the UK these are called treble crochets. In the USA they call them a double crochet. It's the same stitch. And pull through. Yarn over into my last stitch. Make sure I catch the top of that stitch. Yarn over and through 2 loops. So you're left with, you've got 5 loops on your hook. 4 belong to your stitches and the other one belongs to that chain. So yarn over and come through 4 of the loops. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yarn over and come through 2 of those loops. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. That chain gives you the space to put your next cupcake. You got your next cupcake will sit in here. It staggers across. So we're going to do the same again to this cluster. Yarn over again through 2 loops. Keep it on the hook. This is how you do the icing. And all you're going to do is you're going to repeat these 2 rows until your blanket's as big as you need it. Make sure you catch the top of that stitch. So yarn over and through 4 loops. Keep 2 on your hook. Yarn over and through 2. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. You'll do that all the way to the end and it's going to make the icing on the top of your little cupcakes. So I'm on my last cupcake. I'm going to do my chain of 3. Don't do your chain too tight. If you do it too tight, your little blanket will go in like this and you don't want it to go in like that. 1, 2 and 3. So I'm going to do my last set of cupcakes. That's 1 stitch. Keep it on the hook. My second one, keep it on the hook. My third one, keep that on the hook. And my 4th one, keep that on the hook. Yarn over through 4, yarn over and through. So at the end here you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and you're going to do a treble crochet into the top of that chain that's here. Just catch your stitch of that treble crochet, trying to catch 2 strands of the top of that chain. There we go. And do your treble crochet on the end there. We're going to cut my yarn. Make sure you leave enough to sew in the end and pull that through. Now this was a chain of 5. We're going to go into the 1, 2, 3rd stitch in this chain and we're going to get our next, and we're going to go back to the white. We're going back to the white yarn. So So just pull that through, leave enough of a tail to sew in, pull that through, twist that over. I'm going to chain my 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now down here we only done a chain of, I think it was 4, but here we're going to go across to this chain space. And into the chain space you're going to put your 4 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now once we do the next row we'll be joining here and you won't see that so much. This is just to keep your edge from going in the way, just to keep the side of your blanket nice and straight. We will put some treble crochets up here once we're finished. Now move to the next one. So move to the next space and do your 4 treble crochets all the way along. 4 treble crochets into each chain space. Now once you've done the last one in between here, you're not going to put one in there. Don't put one in there. If you do, your blanket's going to go out. We're staggering each set of cakes. So you've got a space here. So what you're going to do is, so over here, this is at the end. I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2, and into the top of that last treble crochet I'm going to do, oops, yarn over, a treble crochet into the end there. I'm going to cut my yarn and pull that through. Make sure you've left yourself enough to sew in. So these ends will get stitched. These ends will get stitched in. And this is what it looks like. So we're staggering our little cakes in between here. And once we do the next cakes, they'll come out again to here. So what you're going to do next is get your next colour of yarn. I'm going to use lemon. I'm going to use the lemon next. And this is a chunky yarn again. I'm going to go into the 3rd stitch, 1, 2, 3, into that 3rd stitch and pull my yarn through. Just wrap that end over and I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Pull that in. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do this row again. These are the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. So wrap your yarn around your hook again and we're going into this 1st stitch here and pull through. Yarn over and through. Keep it on the hook. You've got 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over and into the next stitch. We should have 4. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. 1. Into the next one. That's 2. Yarn over into the next one. That's 3, and yarn over and into the next one. That's 4. Yarn over and come through 4 loops. Yarn over and through those 2 loops and chain 3. 1, 2, 3. And you're going to do the same to the next 4 stitches all the way along. You're going to make the top of your little cupcakes, the little icing part, and these are the 2 rows you'll keep repeating. So you've got 5 loops on your hook. Yarn over and come through 4 loops, yarn over and through those 2 and chain 1, 2 and 3. and do your next cluster. So I've done this row. I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2, and I'm going to do a treble crochet into the top of this one. Don't worry about your ends, you're going to sew those in. Do your treble crochet, and that is your little cupcake. Now we're going to do our next ones into this space. We're going to include it in this space. So we're going to stagger back out like we've done with this one. You can see that we've staggered out with this one. Don't worry about your chains looking a little offset. They will be fine once we've got that next cupcake in there. It'll be fine. And then when we do our treble crochets, where you've done the chain always looks a little messier on this side than it does here on this side. So don't worry too much about it. It'll straighten out once you've got your edge on, and you'll just see your little cupcakes. So again, I'm going to cut my yarn and just pull that through the stitch. So into the third stitch, 1, 2, 3, into the third stitch, we're going to get the white again. So we're going back to the white to do this part here. And these are the rows you'll just keep repeating. And remember that your little cupcakes get staggered. So when you're going to put your cupcake in this one, you're only going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. All the rest get a chain of 5. But when you're staggering back out here, you only need to do 4. So into this chain space, you're going to do your 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4. See, I told you it's going to straighten that edge up. It's pulled it all out. Once we've done our treble crochets up the side, that'll be fine. So over into the next chain space, you're going to do your 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And there we go, it's pulled it all back out into the right position. So just remember, when you're doing the one here, when your cupcake's on this side, you're doing 4. In between, you're doing 5s. And then when your cupcake staggers back out here, you're doing 4 chain. And then we'll go back to doing the 5s. So it's 3 5s and a 4, 3 5s and a 4, if you know what I mean, because it takes 1, 2, 3 rows to get back up to this position here where this cupcake is. So this cupcake should be in line with this one, these two. Your next cupcake will stagger into the middle again. So I'm on my last one, so remember you're going to put one in here so it staggers off to the side of this one. So I'm going to put my 4 treble crochets into this last chain space. 3, I've got a little knot in my yarn here. There we go. 3 and 4. Now this time you're only going to chain 1, because remember we only done 4 at this end. That's your treble crochet and a chain 1. So we're chaining 1 here, and we're going to treble crochet into the top of this one. Oops. And we're going to sew all our ends in as well. So again, cut your yarn and just pull it through. And that's you got that, and look at that, it's moved it all back out. Remember I just said that don't worry about if it goes slightly in, this one is going to move it back out. And once we neaten up our edges and we put our treble crochets down the side, that'll be even better. So we're going to do the top icing part of these ones, and then what you'll do is you'll go back to these 2 rows. You'll just keep putting the video back and watching it again, because the next time we're going to stagger in. So it'll be these 2 rows you'll follow next. So I'll pick a colour for the top of this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going into the 3rd stitch. Remember we did 4 here. So I'm going into the 3rd stitch. 1, 2, 3. Pull my yarn through. It's starting to rain outside, so it's starting. So we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're back to our chain 5. So the next 4 stitches you're going to do your little cupcake thing again, the little icing one. Keep it on the hook, that's 1. Keep that one on the hook, that's 2, 3, 3 and 4. Now we're going to yarn over and come through 4 of those loops, yarn over and through the other 2, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do the icing on the next one, just like you did down here. So you'll do that all the way along, and these are the rows you'll keep repeating. So just rewind the video. 1, 2, 3, I've got one more. Rewind the video and follow along. But just remember, you've got your 1, 2 rows here, then you've got 1, 2 rows here, and then you'll stagger your little cake out the way. So this one sits out here, and then just remember that you stagger that one out. Your next cupcake's going to fit in above this one, so your cupcakes are staggering out and in. And once we've done our treble crochet row down the side, it's really going to neaten all of that up. I'll show you that once we've done this row. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to work along all these little clusters, making my icing on the top of my cupcake. So you can see these cakes staggering in and out like this. So on the end with this one, I'm just going to chain 1, and then we're going to do a treble crochet into the top here. And that is the only difference with these little lines of cupcakes. Oops. When you've done that staggered one, it's only a chain of 4, and you're only chaining 1 here. On these ones where it staggers in, you're doing a chain of 5, and you're chaining 2 when you come across. So just rewind the video. So I'm going to snip that one off, and what I'm going to do now is, your next row you would chain 5. Your next row you would chain 5 with your white and do your cupcake base in here. You'll go in between these 2. So just remember you're staggering in and out like this. In and out, and then in, then out, and in and out. And don't worry about the edge. I'm going to show you how to neaten all that up. I'm going to sew my ends in. You'll continue with the pattern until your cupcakes, you've got as many as you want. Now I'm going to sew all my ends in, and I'll come back and show you how to neaten up the edge. So this is my little cupcake sample done. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to show you how to just neaten off all the edges. I'm going to get my white back. I'll get my white, and what I'm going to do is Now my edges did turn out quite nice and neat once I sewed all those in, but that'll neaten up even more once we've done all around the blanket. I'm not going to go down the bottom. I'm not going to do a row down the bottom. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it onto its side here. And what we're going to do is, into this space here, I'm going to pull my white yarn through. Just pull my white yarn through here. And I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Now into that chain space I'm going to put another treble crochet. Into these chain spaces I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. We'll have a look and see what 2 is like. So into the bundle that's there, I'm going to put a treble crochet. Just push your hook through. Remember, some of this yarn is thicker than the other. Then into the chain space I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. It's a little darker now because it's absolutely pouring with rain. Now into that bundle and pull out. That little bendy light that I've got is absolutely brilliant. It's just casting a really nice light in here. 2 into there. And 2 into here. 1 into the bundle. Now we've got a little bundle here. Work out where your chain is. That one there's your chain. So I'm going into that bundle. Just in through that bundle. And that's my chain space. That's there. That's the chain up the side. 1 and 2. So I'm at the corner. I'm going to put 3 treble crochets, 2 chain and 3 treble crochets into this corner. That's 1, 2 and 3. Chain 2, 1, whoops, and 2, and put 3 into this corner. 1, 2 and 3. And that's going to give me a nice sort of squarish corner. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put 1 into the top of this little icing part of the cake. 3 into the chain space. 1, 2 and 3. 1 into the top of the icing, just into that little peak that's there, and then 3 into the chain space, and I'll work my way along. One into the top of the icing there, and 3 into the chain space. 1, 2 and 3, and that gives you a nice edge on your blanket. You'll do that all the way along to this end. When you get to here, you'll put 3 treble crochet, 2 chain and 3 treble crochet. So on my little sample, I've done my corner and I've worked along to here. I've put 3 treble crochets into the corner. I'm going to chain 2 and then put another 3 into that same corner. 2 and 3, and work my way down the side. So 1 into the cluster and 2 into the chain space, into the spaces where the chains were. one into this cluster and 2 into the chain space, 1 and 2, 1 into the cluster. We should have the same amount of stitches going down the side, each side. So 1 in there, squidge it in, and 2 into the chain space, 1 and 2, and 1 into this cluster here. It's actually the line, it's not so much a cluster, it's the end of the line. Just get that out of there, and 2 into there, 2 in the chain spaces, 1 into that cluster, and 2 into this space here, and 2. Now I'm right at this corner down here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put just the 1 into this space, because remember this is just your treble crochets on the end. I'm going to do, and then I'm going to slip stitch into this corner, just slip stitch in, and it'll give you what looks like a corner down here. Cut my yarn, pull my stitch through, and that makes it look like a corner on there. And once I've stitched this on, that'll be your corner that's there. And there is your little blanket, and your edges I've neatened up really nice as well, and now you can see that cake staggering in. So remember, when you're doing this, if you decide to do it, don't worry about your chains that are going up the side if they look a little wonky, because once you've done your edging, it will make it all nice and neat like this. I'll get my larger blanket back, and this is the larger blanket. This is what it looks like on this side, so it does kind of have a right and a wrong side, unless you actually want your little cupcakes to look sticking out in this side, and they'll look a little flatter on that side. I need to get myself a drink of coffee. I've got quite a dry throat today. And that is how you do this little cupcake blanket. Just rewind the video back to the beginning and remember the stagger in your little cupcakes. Remember that it staggers. That's the back of it. Just remember that it staggers out and then in and then out again. Once you've done this row, you can go all the way around and do more rows. When you get to the corners, put your 3 treble crochets, 2 chain and 3 treble crochets in. Or you can try it with 2, it's up to you. It depends on what your tension's like. It's great for a scrap blanket. It's a great way to use up all the scraps of yarn that you have. So thank you very much for watching. Please click on that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed already. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to make this really pretty poppy. It's quite a big poppy. I'll show you how to do the leaf, but you don't need to put the leaf on it. You can just have it like this. So this poppy can be made all different sizes. I used a UK 5mm crochet hook for this. Now if you use a smaller hook, you'll get a smaller poppy. If you use a thicker yarn and a bigger hook, you can make a bigger poppy. And I am going to use this black wool. I'm going to do it so that you can see what it's like and where you're going. A lot of people are showing you the centre in a brighter coloured wool so you can see it, but you need to make the poppy in a dark coloured wool. Poppies have a dark centre, so I'm going to show you right from the beginning doing the centre in the dark wool. And and then how to do the petals. Each petal's done the same way, and you're going to do 4 of those, and I'll show you how to do that as well. So to start this poppy centre, I'm going to use black. I want you to see what I see. So when you use your black yarn, this is what you're going to see. So there's no point in me using a bright colour to do the centre of the poppy so that you can see it when you're going to be using black, and you might not see it so well. I've got some white paper here and I'm going to show you how to do the centre. It's only one circle. You can use a black button if you have a black button. You can do all of your poppy in red, and the red that I've got. You can do all your poppy in red and then put a black button in the middle of it if you want. I'm just going to do a slip knot the way you would do a normal slip knot to put it onto your hook. This is also called a magic ring. Then take my fingers out, keep that slip knot big, and then just bring my yarn up over my hook like this. I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. That becomes your first stitch, that chain of 3. If you're in the UK, this is a treble crochet. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet that we're going to do. Now that one counts as 1. We need 15 more. We need 16 all together inside that loop. So that's 1 and we need 16. So into that loop, put your yarn over and go into your loop, pull your yarn through, yarn over your hook, just use your fingers to nip that circle, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 more. So you've got your chain of 3 and 1 stitch, that makes 2. You need 16 all together. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. So yarn over and through your loop, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And the reason I'm not showing you, again, I'm not using a brighter yarn, is so that you can see what it looks like when you're going to use a dark coloured yarn. So we've got 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 16 altogether. 7, 8, 'So you're going to take the tail of your loop and you're going to pull it tight so it goes into a circle. And once you've stitched that in, it's going to keep the middle of your poppy quite tight. Now you're going to find your chain of 3 and you're going to slip stitch into the top of that chain of 3 and pull through. Now get your scissors and cut your yarn and just pull that right through like that. And this is what you have. You've got your 16 stitches like this all around your loop. So you're going to stitch that in nice and tight, stitch this in, and you'll be left with a little wheel that's got 16 stitches in it. So I'm going to stitch my ends in and I'll come back and show you how to do the flower part of the poppy. So I've got my circle done, my little wheel with my 16 stitches around my circle. Don't worry about it looking a little bit ragged. We're going to work in to each of these spaces that are here. Now I've got my red yarn. You can use any red that you want. And we're going to make 4 petals on this poppy. So anywhere in the wheel, in between your stitches, push your hook through and pull the red through. Now leave your tail, leave enough so that you can stitch it into the petal and hide it. I'm going to wrap it around here just the once to help lock it in. And we're going to chain 3. So we're going to chain 3. 1, 2, and 3. And again, I'm using the black because you'll be using black. And I want you to be able to see where you're going with your black. So I'm inside this first stitch, in between the posts, in the space, not in the top stitch. I'm in the actual space. So that counts as my first treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochet stitches. In the UK, it's a treble crochet. So that chain of 3 counts as my first treble crochet. I'm going to put another one into that same space. So we've got 2 in that space. We're going to do another 3. We're putting 2 stitches into the next 3 spaces. 1, 2, and 3. So into the next space, just find your next space, and it will help if you put some white paper down and you can see through this coloured yarn. So into the next space, you're going to put 2 treble crochets. So you yarn over and go into the same space and put your second treble crochet in. So we've got 2 sets, you can see them now. Into the next space, we'll put 2, 1, and 2. And into the 4th space, we're going to put another 2 into the 4th space. 1 and 2. So this is our first petal. We're building up our first petal. If you want a tighter flower, then use a smaller hook. Go down to a 4mm hook if you want. Now I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to turn my work around into the next stitch, not the one that's right beside the chain, into the next stitch there. Put 1 treble crochet. So that chain counts as your first, and into the next stitch you've got 1. Now into the next 4 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and 4, we're going to put 2 treble crochets into each stitch. That's 1 and 2. Into the next stitch, put 2, 1, and 2. Into the next stitch, put 2, 1, and 2. Into the next stitch, put 2, 1, and 2. So you should have 2 stitches left, 1 here and 1 at the top of that chain of 3. Put 1 treble crochet into the next stitch and 1 into the next stitch, into the top of that chain. Just squish it in through that stitch. You're going to chain 1 and turn. Into each stitch we're going to do what's called a slip stitch. I'm going to neaten that little edge. So into that very first stitch, right there where you done that one stitch there, put your hook through, pull your yarn through and slip stitch. Go into the next stitch, pull your yarn through and slip through that stitch there. Slip through there. Make sure you bring your stitches up onto the shaft of your hook. Don't work right inside your hook, your stitches will be too tight. Into the next one, pull your yarn through and slip stitch through there. It's going to neaten up the edge of your poppy leaf. Through the next one and pull through, slip stitch, pull through, go through the stitch, through both parts of your stitch, pull your yarn through and then slip stitch, through, pull through, slip stitch, and look at that nice neat edge that you're getting around your little poppy. Just make sure you bring your stitch up into that shaft to keep it same size and pull through. Now remember the one at the top of your chain of 3. Push through the top of the chain, pull through and then slip stitch, and that gives you your little petal. Now I'm going to chop that off. It doesn't take much yarn at all. Now just pull your yarn through, and what we'll do is we'll use our darning needle. And we're going to stitch these in. And it's really quick. Once you've got one of these done and you know what you're doing, it's really quick. I'm just going to stitch up the side of this little poppy leaf. And then just come back down that side. When I come back down, I'm just giving it a little tug, and it's going to make that leaf just pull in a little bit. And then put a stitch in. And that's going to give you that little curve on your leaf. We'll just snip this off. Put the other end in. And you'll do this with your 4 leaves. I'll show you how to do one more leaf, and then I'll leave it up to you to do the other 2. Now with this one, I'm just going through the stitch and then through these stitches that are here, just in and out. Pull it just a little bit, and it's going to make it slightly rounded on the end. Just pull it slightly down to the bottom. I'll turn it to the back and stitch in my yarn end. And what you've got is, you've got a slightly rounded in edge of your little poppy. Don't pull it down too tight. You don't want it down too tight. Oops, my yarn's coming off. It's up to you. If you like that look, you can pull it down a little bit more. Just pull that and then snip it off. I'll put my hook there, and that gives you your first leaf of your poppy. So what you're going to do again, make sure you leave yourself enough tail to stitch in. Now into the next space, put your hook through and pull through your yarn, and you're going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Now into the bottom of that same stitch, put another treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet into the same space. Now into the next one, you're going to put 2 treble crochets. So we're going to do this to the next 3 stitches. So we've got 4 sets of 2 all together. So that's 1, 2, 2 sets, 2 into the next stitch. That's 3 sets and 2 into the next. That's 4. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn your work. So into the bottom of that chain, you're going to put another treble crochet into that very first stitch. And then put 2 into each stitch all the way along. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and 2 into the next stitch. 2 into the next stitch. And 2 into the next stitch. Now if I'm going a little bit too quick, you can just pause and catch up. Pause the video and catch up. So I've got 1 in there, I need another one, that's 2. And then into the top of the chain. Don't forget that chain of 3 where we started. Into that top stitch. Just push your hook through that top stitch and put 2 treble crochets in. 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn your work. And again we're going to slip stitch all the way around this petal. So into the next stitch, pull through and slip stitch through the stitch, right through the top, pull your yarn through and slip stitch, through, pull your yarn through, slip stitch, all the way along. And then remember the top of your chain of 3. Push through the top of that last stitch and through. Cut your yarn and pull it through that loop. So that gives you your second stitch in your poppy. We're going to stitch this in, and as we stitch it in, we'll just pull it down slightly like we did with that one. So we'll move on to the next set of 4. So go into the next space and pull your yarn through. So we'll go into the next space, pull your yarn through and chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Now into the same space, put another treble crochet, and we're going to do this for 4 spaces. 2 into the next space, so that's 3 sets. I've got 1, 2 and 3, and 2 into the next space. We should be left with 4 for our last petal. So we've got 4 spaces left, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's for your last petal. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. Treble crochet into this stitch right beside your chain, and then 2 into every stitch, and remember the top of that chain of 3. So we should have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We should have 16 stitches. And then 2 into the next one. 2 into the next one. Into 2 into the next one. Two into that, all the way along, 2 into each stitch. And then 2 into your chain of 3. Just might need to use the hook of the point of it to get in there. 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn, and you're going to slip stitch all the way around these stitches, and this is what we're getting this nice little poppy shape, and we'll join all our petals at the end, so don't worry about that. So we're going into the next stitch and slip through the stitch, pull your yarn through and slip all the way to the end. Cut your yarn and pull through. Now before you do your last petal, take your darning needle and stitch in your ends. Keep your flowers separate like that. Keep them separated. Just stitch in the last one. So I'm going to leave a little bit of a longer tail this time. And then pull through. So as you can see, I've got a longer tail this time because I'm going to actually overlap the stitches when I do this one. So I'm going to do this tail first, do the little tail first, sew it in, I can do a lot of crafts, but I'm not very good at sewing. I'm going to just give it a little pull, just to pull that leaf down a little bit, or the petal, and then I'm going to go back the way this way, just seal on that stitch. I should have left a longer tail on this one. There we go. This one off. And then I'm going to show you how just to use that one, and we're going to bring all these in around each other just a little bit, just to get that nice little poppy shape of that one that we had, so that it cradles in your hand like this. So what I'll do is I'll show you how to just use this last one and just to stitch these petals just very carefully into place like this, so that you've got your nice lovely petal. Don't worry if it's not exactly perfect, because in nature flowers are not perfect. A lot of them are not perfect. So it doesn't matter if you've got one that looks a little bit more spiked up than the other, or one's a little bit more frilly looking. That is the nature of poppies anyway. So I'll show you how to stitch this last part in and get your poppy all nice like this. So what you're going to do with your poppy now, or this is what I did. You don't have to do this. You can just leave the poppy the way it is, if that's the way you want it. Now down the side, I'm just going to do in and out, just to pull that end down a little bit like I did with the other ones, just to make that just slightly rounded. And that'll make it slightly rounded like that. Push my hook, push my needle through to the other side like this. Now I'm going to overlap that one, and with my yarn I'll take my yarn across here a little bit. Just go right around that rim. Just do that. Bring your stitch through. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it because it's on the back. Now I'm going to bring this one over and just put a stitch through. Bring this one over a little bit. I'm just going to put one stitch through and right through to the other side like that. Now on the back I'm going to thread my yarn all the way around to the other side. Just thread it right through like that, and then overlap a little bit. It's up to you how much you overlap it. You can overlap it as much as you want, and then take the thread that's on this one and just bring it through to that side, and it's going to overlap your leaf. Put one little stitch in just to hold it, and then thread your yarn through those stitches. It's not coming right through the other side. I'm just threading it through so you can't see where the yarn's going, and then push it out the back. And what that's going to do is it's going to hold your poppy in its shape like this. I'll figure out where. I don't want that one too far in, so I'm just going to go in here. I don't want to scrunch it in too tight. Put one little stitch just to anchor it like that on the back. One little stitch to anchor it in on the back like that. And this is what we're getting. I've got one left, so I'm going to turn it to the back, and I'm just going to loop it through those stitches. Just loop it through, but make sure it's not on that side. You don't want a big thread on that side. This is the easiest way I found to do these. Just loop it through. And that one's just quite naturally sitting there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that through. Now that one is just wanting to sit there on its own. So I'll take my yarn right through that last petal. Don't pull it tight. Don't do it tight. And I'm just going to put a little stitch in to lock it in down here into the bottom and finish off. my stitching. And move that to the side. And there you go. That's you got your little poppy made. It's really, really pretty. Now, once you've done one, and you can do as many as you like. So for the leaf, I'm going to use this mint green superwash paint box. Doesn't matter what colour of green, as long as you like it. It doesn't matter what yarn it is that you're using. I'm going to pop that up there. Now you don't need very much at all. You only need about this sort of little bundle. You don't need a lot of yarn at all to make a leaf for the poppy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a chain. And I'm going to do a chain of 12. You do the chain to the length that you want your leaf. If you're doing a bigger leaf, the best way to do it is do your chain sort of like this, and then get your poppy, and then just hold the chain to the back of the poppy and up, so that you can see how high the leaf is going to go on your poppy. I'm going to do another 2 or 3 chains and hold it again. Just hold it with the chain down in the middle, so that your leaf is going to come up at the back of your poppy. I'll do 2 more and we'll count them. 1 and 2. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I've got 16 stitches to do the leaf on my chain. So what we're going to do now is into the third, 1, 2, 3, into the third stitch. Don't count the one on the chain. Count 1, 2, 3. We're going to put 3 treble crochets into that stitch. So that's 1, 2, and 3 into the same stitch. Now your chain that you've got here will make your fourth one. So you've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 all together. The next 4 stitches I'm going to put a treble crochet. That's 1 into each one, 2, 3 and 4. Now if you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. The next 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to put what's called a half treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a half double crochet. So yarn over and go into the next stitch and come through all your loops. That's a half treble crochet. Yarn over and into the next one and pull through all of those stitches. Yarn over, we're doing 4, and through, yarn over and through. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I've got 5 stitches left. So what I'm going to do now with the stitches I've got left, I'm going to do double crochets. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now I'm just going to turn this around, chain 1, and then we're going to work back up the other side and make our leaf. So I'm going to go in there and do a double crochet. Then I'm going to work my way up to where my treble crochets start. So I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4 double crochets into the other side of that chain. 1, 2, just push your hook through, 3 and 4. Now if you're doing a smaller leaf, then you can just work out how to do it. You start with a bigger stitch, go down to your half trebles and then down to your double crochets, and then work the same way back up. So now I need to do 4 half treble crochets. So into my next stitch, do a half treble crochet. So that's yarn over, into the stitch, pull your yarn through, yarn over and through the 3 loops. So that's my second one. That's my third one. And one more. That's my fourth one. Now I'm going to do 4 treble crochets up these stitches. So into that loop, that's 1, should get all this, 2, 3 and 4. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slip stitch into the top of that chain. You just want to make a rough leaf shape. But it doesn't need to be perfect because, like I've said already, leaves and things are not perfect in nature. So I'm going to cut my yarn, just pull it through, and then what I'll do is I'll get my thread and I'm going to attach my little leaf on to the back. Now you don't need to make a leaf on it. I'm not that brilliant at making leaves anyway. I like it like that, but I thought I would just show you how to make a kind of quick leaf shape. And then you're going to just stitch that on, stitch that in, and then stitch your leaf on to the back. I mean, I've put the leaf on for those that want to see what it's like. There we go, you can see it better. I've put the leaf on for those that want to see what it's like, how to make a leaf on it. I'm not I'm not going to be shy. I'm not brilliant at making crochet leaves, but I've done one anyway. But I actually like the poppy like this. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make these beautiful solid granny squares. This is called a solid granny square because all your stitches are just in straight lines. Now these ones I've done 5 rows, but you can have your granny square as big as you want it. You'll just continue row after row until your granny square is as big as you want it to be. I've got all of these done and they're really pretty. You can use any yarn that you want. For these ones I used this yarn. This is the yarn that I've used. I can't say that word, so I'm not even going to try. It's 100% acrylic. It's 100 grams. Now 100-gram ball will give you about maybe 14, between 13 or 14, it depends on your tension, squares, and you get quite a lot of squares out of a 100-gram ball. This is double knitting. A lot of the countries call this DK. It just means double knitting. And use the hook size it tells you to use on your yarn ball. So I'm going to show you how to do these full solid granny square blocks like this. So we're going to start with a magic circle. Just put your yarn down your hand like that, the tail end on the top. wrap your yarn around your fingers, then turn your hand around and put your hook through that loop, and then pull that yarn through that loop, let it all go, catch your working yarn and just pull it up. Now we're going to start with 5 stitches. We're going to crochet 5 chains. These 5 chains will be your treble crochet and 2 chain. So this first one, we're going to chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now those 5 chains are your first treble crochet and chain 2. Now into your circle you're going to put 3 UK treble crochets. So yarn over and into your circle you're going to do 3 UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So that's 1, 2, and 3. So you've got your little cluster of 3. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, into the space again. You'll do another set of 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, 2. Another 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now when you did that chain of 5, that is the stitch that belongs to this last cluster. So pull your little slip knot, your little magic circle in a bit. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now into there you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Now pull your magic circle tight, pull it tight in, and as you can see it's brought that stitch around here for you. You're going to do a slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in the chain. So count 1, 2 and 3 and into that 3rd stitch, slip stitch and join. And what you've made is the centre part of your little granny square. That's this part here. That's what we've done. Doesn't quite look like it, but it will once we've got it sorted. So these are your 4 corners. These chain 2 spaces are your 4 corners. Now what you're going to do now is, so that we're always starting inside this chain space, pull your stitch up just a little bit. Pull your stitch up. And you're going to slip stitch into that chain space. Slip stitch into there. Now it brings you over into the corner and it keeps your corners nice. It keeps all your corners nice. As you can see, you can't actually see, there's no dodgy chain going up the middle of your granny square. There's no dodgy chain anywhere in it. It keeps all your corners nice and neat. So we're going to chain 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That is the last stitch of the round. When we come back around here, we'll slip stitch just like we did down here. So into this chain space here, you're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. Now right in there, you're going into that little space there. You're going to do a treble crochet. You've got to go in there to keep your stitch count correct. So into there. So don't count that one. We've got 3 stitches. So 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 4. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 5. And put 2 into this corner. 1 and 2. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now that gives you your first side of your square. Now you can see what I mean by that being the last stitch. Once we go all the way around, we'll slip stitch to that chain, and that will make that last side. So we started here with 3 stitches. Now you should have 7. Don't count that one. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you've got 2 in that corner, and we've done our 2 chain. So we're going to put another 2 in here. So your corners will always have 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. So you're going to go into that next stitch. Make sure you go in to that space that's there. So yarn over and in to that space at the top of that post. 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and 2 into the corner. 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. So that's your first corner done. And you should have 7 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you're going to chain 2 and into the corner again, put your 2 treble crochets into that chain corner space. 1 and 2 into that corner. A treble crochet right into the next stitch. Make sure you're going right in to that next stitch. 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the top of the next stitch, and we're at the corner again. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more into that corner space. 1 into the space and 2. So you're going to treble crochet into the next stitch right in there, 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and remember we slip stitch into this space, so you're going into there, into the chain space, your 3rd treble crochet, and then you're going to count 1, 2, 3 stitches and slip stitch and join, and that's you got round 2 done. So in between each corner you've got 7 stitches. So round 3, I'm going to pull my stitch up just a little bit and slip stitch into there. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Once again, that's the last stitch of that side. So into here we're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. We'll finish that corner when we come all the way around, and we'll finish the corner in here. So into the next stitch, you may have to pull those 2 back. You're going to do 1 treble crochet all the way along. We should have 11 stitches now on this round, and this is round 3. 1 treble crochet if you're in the UK, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. 1 into each stitch. You're going to put 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets into the corner. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more treble crochets into that corner. 1 and 2. Now 1 into each stitch along, and make sure you go into that very first one that's there. Not the spaces. You're not going in the spaces, you're going into the stitch. Into the top of a stitch. One into each one, all the way along. Two trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles into the corner. 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and another 2 into that big space. 1 and 2. Then you'll put 1 into each stitch along. Make sure you go into that first stitch there. Make sure you go in there. 1 into each stitch. We should have 11 this time. All the way along you should have 11 on each side once you're finished. So 2 into this corner, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 into the corner, 1 and 2. Now we're doing the last side, so remember and go into that stitch that's there, and 1 into each stitch. Into there. And we're at the corner, so we've already got 1 for the corner, so we're going into the space here, and then you're going to slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain, and that's your corner complete, and that's your little square starting to work. So you'll start with 3 treble crochets here. Then you'll have 5, 1, 2, 3, no, you'll have 7. You'll start with 3, then your next row you should have 7 in each section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you should have 11. On the 3rd row, you should have 11 stitches from corner to corner. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now row 4, you should have 15 in row 4. So we're going to slip stitch into that chain space again. Just slip stitch in and chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the last stitch in that side, remember. So into here you're going to put 2 treble crochets. That is 1 treble crochet and 2 chain. So you need 2 treble crochets into the corner. 1 and 2. Now remember, we'll complete the corner when we get around to here. Once we've done our crochet up here, will complete the corner by doing a slip stitch into the third stitch in that chain. So you're going to work 1 treble crochet all the way to the end, but remember and go in to that little stitch that's there. Make sure you start in this stitch here. And we should have 15 stitches along once you've finished and done your corner. So we're at the corner. We're going to do our 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 2 more treble crochets into that chain space, 1 and 2. Now remember and go into that very first stitch that's there and work your way along. When you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. The same at this corner, 1 treble crochet in each stitch, and when you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. And we'll work our way down to here, and then I'll show you what to do next. So pause the video and do around your sides till we get to here, and I'll show you how, once again, to finish the round at that slip stitch here. So I'm at the end here. Now don't forget to put 1 into here before you join up here. Make sure you've got your 15 stitches. So you need to go into there to make this corner of your square. Now you're going to count 1, 2 and 3 and slip stitch to close that round, and slip stitch through there, and you should have 15 stitches. Now doing what I've been doing makes your corners all nice and neat, and you don't have any ugly chain joinings in the middle of your granny square. You get a nice neat section on your square. Now you should have 15 stitches now on this row. This is row 4. You should have 15 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that chain makes 15. Remember to do that treble crochet into that corner before you slip stitch on to that chain. So we're going to slip stitch in to there. Keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 5, this is the last round. If you want to make a great big granny square, just continue doing what I've been doing. And we've already slip stitched into this corner. You're going to do your chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now remember, that is the last stitch of that row there. So into this corner, we're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. We should have 19 stitches in each side of round 5. So remember and go into that very first stitch there and put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. And if you're in the USA, that's a double crochets for you. But here in the UK, we call it a treble crochet. It's the same stitch, just a different term. 1 into each stitch. When you get to the corner, you'll do your two treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. all the way along to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets, all the way to that side and all the way around, and you should have 19 stitches between your corners. Now remember that when you've done your last stitch here, make sure you go into that corner with 1 stitch into that corner, and then you're going to count 3 chain, 1, 2, 3, push it through, oops, make sure you go through the stitch, push through and slip stitch. Now what you're going to do now, what you'll do is you'll just cut your yarn and pull it through that stitch, and that'll finish your granny square for you. And that is how you do a solid granny square like this. Just continue around and around and around and make it as big as you want it to be. And it's so pretty. You can make as many of these as you like, make it as big as you like. Make some nice, maybe 6 rounded squares and join them all together for a blanket. And if you want to know how to join your squares together, I'll put a link under the video to show you how to join granny squares like this, solid block granny squares. I'll show you how to join them together into a blanket, and I'll put the link, it's in another video, and I'll put the link underneath this one. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Look what I've been making. I've been making this lovely little blanket. This is all the yarn I've got left. It should be enough to go around and do a double crochet on the end of this little blanket. Look at this. This is so pretty. This is very much like the Call the Midwife, but it doesn't have that pattern in the middle. Remember, I done the fillet blanket just with the big long lines on it. Well, this one I've done lines across the way and turned it into this beautiful box. Look at this, it's so pretty. The stitch count is 8 plus 6. You need to add an extra 6 stitches once you've done all your sets of 8. Make this as wide as you want. Now, a lot of people have been saying to me, you don't tell me how much yarn to use. I used 2 balls of this, of the Deramores anti-piling yarn. This I don't have the label for this one, but it's a Deramores yarn. It's a double knitting. It's really pretty. Now, also, what other people say, how much yarn do I need for this size of blanket or that size? How much yarn will I need? I don't know. I don't know how big you're going to make your blanket. I don't know what your tension is. I don't know what hook size you're going to use, and I don't know what yarn you're going to use. The best thing I can say is, if you Google crochet blanket chart, if you Google crochet blanket chart, then you'll get lots of charts. I'll come up on Google that you can either write them down or you can print them out. It'll tell you what each blanket is and what the average width and length is. So maybe a pram blanket or a stroller, a crib, a Moses basket, a baby cot, a baby's bed, a cuddle blanket, all that kind of thing. It'll tell you in these charts. What you'll do is you'll do your sets of 8 until you get to that length of the blanket that you want, then add an extra 6. That's how you get bigger blankets. But unfortunately, I don't know how much yarn you're going to use. A chunky blanket will take more yarn than a double knitting, so it just depends. And that's why a lot of YouTubers who knit and crochet, they won't tell you how much to use, because personally they don't know what size of blanket you're going to do. They don't know what size of yarn, they don't know what yarn you're going to use, so it's quite difficult. But anyway, this blanket is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sets of 8, and then I added an extra 6 on to that to get this width. And I've done, I think it's 9 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've done 9 boxes. I started mine on a UK treble crochet row. I finished it on a UK treble crochet row like this. And at the end of the video, I'll just show you how to neaten up the edges. So for the sample, I'm going to use this James C. Brett Top Value double knitting yarn. For my sample, I'm going to use a UK 4mm crochet hook for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to crochet in sets of 8 stitches. 8 stitches makes a block. Then I'm going to add an extra 6 stitches to it. So just do your yarn over and pull it through your hook. Make sure you don't do it too tight. 1, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now continue doing your chain in sets of 8 until it's as wide as you want it to be, and then we'll add an extra 6 stitches. The extra 6 stitches is for the building of the first treble crochet, your second treble crochet, and the 2 that we've got at the edge on the end. I'll show you that. So do your chain in sets of 8, then add an extra 6 stitches. So I've done 4 sets of 8. I'm going to add an extra 6 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now those extra stitches make up the 2 treble crochets we've got at each end and 1 of the little chain spaces. So what you're going to do now is you're going to go into the 3rd stitch in your chain, into the 3rd stitch. So yarn over and do a UK treble crochet. So pull your yarn through, you've got 3 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now you're going to put 1 UK treble crochet into every stitch, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So yarn over and into the next stitch, 1 treble crochet all the way along. So I'm at my last stitch. I'm going to put my last treble crochet into that stitch. So I've put my last treble crochet into that stitch. Now we're going to chain 2. We're only ever going to chain 2 up the sides. 1 and 2. That's going to keep us a nice neat edge up the side of the blanket. Now you're going to turn your work around. Now not into that stitch, into the next stitch you're going to put 1 UK treble crochet. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. Now to get your stitch nice and neat, I like, can you see that little line there? There's a little line right there of yarn. That's where I like to put my hook, and it keeps your treble crochets like this. It keeps them neat and it keeps them right on top of each other. if you don't do that, they kind of go off to the left and then to the right when you do your next row. But if you want your blanket nice and neat, try and go into that little stitch. If not, just go into the normal space. So I'll show you where I'm talking about if I get my stitch up a little bit in my yarn. Now you can see a little line right there of a stitch, right there. Now you can just go into the normal space here if you want. But what I like to do is use the point of my hook and then just push it in there. Just push it in and through. And what it does is it catches that little piece of yarn there, and it makes your treble crochets right on top of each other, especially if you sell your blankets. Now you can see it right where at the end of my nail, going right there, that little part of that stitch. All you need to do is just take the point of your hook, this part here of your hook, and just sit it there and then just push it right through. If you don't want to do that, and if you don't sell your blankets, just put it in that normal hole there. But if you sell your blankets and you want them nice and neat, then try and go into that little stitch. It is right above that post there, that little stitch in there, that little line. So yarn over, skip the first row and go into the second, and just watch what I do. I just go in there and just push my hook through, and you can see that little stitch. Just pull your yarn through like that, and what it does is it puts your treble crochet right smack on the top of that one. You can see it there, it's right in that space there on top of that post. And if you sell your blankets, it really does make a big difference. So what you're going to do now, we're going to do the fillet row. We're going to do this row of holes. So that chain 2 counts as your first treble crochet, that's your second one. Now chain 1 and skip 1 stitch, and into the next stitch you're going to do a treble crochet. So skip that one, and watch what I'm doing with my hook. I'm just pushing it through there and pull through, keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 1, skip 1 and into the next stitch. Chain 1, skip 1 all the way along. Done my chain 1, I'm going to skip 1, yarn over and in right above that post, right in there. But you can go in that other space. It's just a little tip how to neaten up your blanket. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next stitch all the way along. You're going to do that all the way along. So I've got my last 3 stitches, 1, 2 and the top of that little chain. We're going to chain 1, skip that stitch, and into the next stitch you're going to do a treble crochet, and then into the top of that little chain that you've got there you're going to do your next treble crochet. And this is what you get. I've got my 2 trebles at the beginning and my 2 trebles at the end, and that's the first row of your pattern. This fillet row is your first row of your pattern. That's row 1. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn around. Now into the next treble crochet you're going to do 1 treble crochet into there. Now we're going to keep this fillet space all the way up the blanket. You're going to keep that little fillet hole all the way up your blanket. So what we're going to do is, this pattern has 5 rows. Your fillet row is row 1. This row is row 2, row 3, row 4 and row 5. Then row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll keep repeating it. Where each box has 4 treble crochet rows and one of these on the bottom. So your next bottom one makes the top of that, if you know what I mean. So I'll leave that there. So all the way up the sides I've got 2 double crochets. So what we're going to do is we're going to chain 1, skip that space there and do a treble crochet into this one. That is stitch 1. We're going to do 7 treble crochets along. That is stitch 1. Each box has 7 treble crochets. And then it has a fillet space. 7 treble crochets, then a fillet space. 7 treble crochets, then a fillet space. So that's 1. Your next stitch is going into the box. That's 2. Then into the top of the stitch with the next one. That's 3. Into the chain space. That's 4. Into the top of the next stitch. That's 5. Into the chain space for 1 treble crochet. That's 6. And 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That makes 7. You're going to chain 1, skip this chain space and do a treble crochet into the top of that one. And this is stitch 1 again. And this is what you've got. I'll move that out of the way. And that's what you've got. So that is stitch 1 of the next box. Into the chain space. That's stitch 2. Into the top of the treble crochet. That's stitch 3. Into the chain space. That's 4. We need 7. Into the next stitch. That's 5. Into the chain space. That's 6. And into the top of this one. That makes 7. Chain 1, skip that space and do a treble crochet into the next one. And that becomes stitch 1 of your next block. So what you're doing is you're building your little blocks. You're building these blocks and then you'll do a space, 7 treble crochets, you'll do chain 1, skip space, 7 treble crochets. So that's stitch 1. So yarn over into the chain space. That's 2. Yarn over into the next stitch. That's 3. Into the chain space for 4. Into there. That's 5. 1 into the chain space. 6. And 1 into the top of that stitch, into that stitch for 7. Chain 1, skip the chain space and we'll do 7 more treble crochets. 1 into the chain space, 1 into the top of the next treble crochet. That's us got 3. It's 4, 1 into the top of there, that's 5, into the chain base, that's 6, and into the top of there for 7. Chain 1, now you're going to skip that last little chain space and put 2 treble crochets in. So 1 into the top of that stitch, and 1 into the top of your chain. and that's what you've got. You're going to do 4 rows like that. So that's, you've done the fillet row is row 1, that's row 2. So we're going to do another 3 of those rows. So chain 2, 1, 2, and turn. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. Now you can see your fillet space there, so it's chain 1, skip the fillet space and do 7 treble crochets along. That's 1, 1 into the next stitch, 2, 1 into the next stitch, 3, 1 into the next stitch, 4, whoops, take that one out, that's 4, 5, 6, and 7. So you're at the fillet space, so it's chain 1, skip that little chain space there and do 7 treble crochets. So I'm at my last little fillet, so chain 1, going to skip that and do 2 treble crochets at the end. You'll always do your treble crochets at the end and the beginning, and 1 into the top of that little chain of 2, just go right in to the top of that chain. So you'll repeat this row until you have 4 rows of your 7 treble crochets. So I've got my 4th row done, 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is what it looks like now. Now I've got my chain 1, skip this last little fillet space and put my 2 treble crochets, UK treble crochets, into the end. Now what you're going to do is you're going to rewind the video and you're going to go back to this fillet row. Remember I said that was row 1. That's row 1, row 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now we're going to repeat row 1 and it's going to turn this in to a proper little box. So you'll chain your 2, 1, 2 and turn. So into my next stitch, 1 UK treble crochet. Now we're going to chain 1 and skip that fillet space and do a treble crochet into the next space. You're going to chain 1, skip the next stitch and do a treble crochet into the next stitch. We're going to make little fillet squares, little fillet spaces all the way along. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next one. Chain 1, skip 1 and you'll treble crochet into that one. Just push my hook through. And you can see what I mean by it keeps the stitch nice and neat and on top of each other when you go into that tiny little part of a stitch there. So I've done chain 1, skip that space and treble crochet into the next stitch. Chain 1, skip 1 and we're going to do that all the way along. So I'm nearly at the end. I'm chain 1, skip 1 and into that treble crochet. Don't do your chain 1 too tight. So into the top of that treble crochet there. And we're going to go into the top of that little chain of 2, into the top there and do a treble crochet. And then you're going to continue your 4 rows again, and then so we'll do those 4 rows up here, then you'll do that row 1 again and then your other 4 rows until you have this, and that's what you'll keep repeating. So that, remember I said, was row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then do row 1, then do 1, 2, 3, 4 of those treble crochets, and then do that row 1 and then 4 rows of that to finish your blanket with 1 row of treble crochets. And this is what mine looks like. I'll bring that back up. And this is what my blanket looks like. So I've finished that last row of treble crochet, and that makes it the same. That makes it the same as the bottom. So just remember, once you've done your foundation row, row 1 is these fillet spaces. Then you'll do 4 rows of your treble crochets with your 7, and then your chain 1, skip a stitch to make your little box. Then you'll go back to doing that long row of fillet, then your 4 rows of your treble crochets, the long row of the fillet, and that will make up this really pretty pattern. It's really pretty. Now what I'm going to do down the side is I'm going to do a row of treble crochets. Now you can either just put 1 row down each side of your blanket, do 1 down that side and then do 1 up this side, or you can go all the way around, but it does mean at the bottom and at the top of your blanket you'll have 2 rows of treble crochets. So just right down this side I'm going to do a row of treble crochets. I'll cut my yarn, sew on the end, and then I'll put 1 row of treble crochets all the way down this side. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to chain 1, and then right in to that space, that little fillet space, I'm going to put 1 treble crochet. Into the next stitch. If you see your blanket, it's in little rows. You've got all these little lines here. I'm going to put 1 treble crochet into that little space there. Then 1 into where your chain 2 is. 1 into that little space. That keeps it even. If you put 2 into there, you'll have little gaps. And that keeps your corner nice and straight as well. So 1 treble crochet all the way down and 1 into that gap. Now I will take a picture of this when I've got it finished. So I'm only going to do 1 row of treble crochet from that corner all the way down to this corner, and into there I'll put a treble crochet, I'll chain 1 and I'll slip stitch it to this one here. I'm only doing that 1 row up the side, and then I'll put 1 row of treble crochet up that side because I've already got them. I don't have enough yarn to go around a couple of times right around the blanket, and that way it just has the 1 row of treble crochets all the way around the blanket. So once I've got that done, I'll take a picture of it and I'll add it in at the beginning of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Please click on that subscribe button. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I am going to show you saw the pictures at the beginning. Now you're going to be quite shocked that no, you're not going to be shocked. Sandra made this. My sister Sandra made this. 3 simple stitches. UK double crochet, treble crochet and double treble crochets. We did 26 rows that made the path wind round this way. Then 26 rows around that way, and that made the scarf wind like a snake. And we've just called it a winding road scarf. It's like a windy little road. It's really pretty. I'm going to show you how to do this and explain how it was done. So this is the yarn that Sandra used. It's a ombre yarn, all these beautiful shades of green in it. It's a 200-gram ball. It's chunky yarn, and she bought it in Aldi's. It says that it's an ombre yarn. It's by Knit and Purl, but it is a Sew Crafty yarn, and that's Aldi's in the UK. It's really a beautiful yarn. It's nice and thick and chunky. So I'm going to show you how to do this with this pretty purple Aran. This is a Stylecraft special Aran yarn. This is an Aran. The other one was chunky. Now this is doesn't tell you what weight it is. I think Aran in the UK is a 4 weight. It's telling me to use a 5mm crochet hook, and that's what I've got here. I've got this tulip crochet hook. This is a 5mm. If you're in the USA, it's a 8/0 if you're in the USA. I love this crochet hook. It's just nice, and it sits just nice in your hand. I love that gold hook on it. Anyway, we're going to use a Stylecraft special, and this is an Aran yarn, slightly thinner than that other one, just to show you that you can use any yarn in any thickness that you want for this. It says this is proper purple. Proper purple. The shade number is 1855. Just make sure that if you're buying more than one ball of yarn, make sure your die lot numbers are the same on all your yarn that you're buying. If you're using one colour, make sure all your die lots are the same. So the stitch count for each section of this is 8. 8 for your double UK double crochet, 8 for your treble, and 8 stitches for your double treble. Then you're going to add 1 on. If you want to make a wider scarf, you can try 10, 10 and 10. If you want to make a smaller scarf, then try 6 or 7, 6, 6 and 6. Each section of your stitches has to be the same number of stitches to get that curve in your scarf or your wrap, whatever it is that you're making. So I'm going to stick with the 8 just to show you what this looks like. So I'm going to do yarn over, and you pull through your loop, and that makes 1 stitch. So I need 24 stitches. That is 3 times 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure your stitches are not too tight. You don't want it tight on the end. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's me got 8 for my UK double trebles, double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So I've got 24 stitches. That's a nice number and a nice width of scarf. I'm going to crochet 1 more stitch, just 1 more stitch. Now into the second stitch, come down a little bit. Into the second stitch in your chain, you're going to do a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. So yarn over and pull through your 2 loops. That's 1. Into the next one, that's 2. To the next one, it's 3. Into the next one, that's 4. 5. We need 8. 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now what you can do is you can put a marker here. I'll get some stitch markers. We'll need 2. You can use a piece of thread if you don't have a stitch marker. So in to that last stitch there, that's number 8, that stitch, I'm going to put a marker. You can keep these on all the way through your crochet, just keep moving them up row for row. I've got another one for the next slot. Now you're going to use UK treble crochets, so yarn over and into the next stitch and do a UK treble crochet. 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's 1. We'll do another UK treble crochet, that's 2. We need 8, that's 3, that's 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now that's my number 8 stitch there. That's my number 8 stitch. So I'm going to put a marker there. So I should have 8 stitches left, and we're going to do UK double treble crochets. Yarn over your hook twice, 1 and 2, into your next stitch. Pull your yarn through and you've got 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's 1 stitch. Yarn over twice, through the next stitch and pull through. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now it's these big stitches that makes it fan out on your scarf. So that's 2. We should have 8. That's 3. Yarn over twice into the next stitch. That's 4. Yarn over twice into the next stitch. Just push it through the next stitch in your chain. Pull through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's 7. We should have 1 stitch left. If you don't, that's our little knot that we did. So we've got 1 stitch left. If you've got more than 1, just pick it out. Through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So I've got my sets of 8. I've taken my stitch markers off because they're rattling it around too much. But if you're counting your 8s, you should be able to do this. And an easier way to know how many rounds that you're doing, you need 26 rows to do a bend in your scarf. So for your next row, you're going to chain 3, 1, 2 and 3, just the 3. If you do 4, it'll be too tall and it'll be really wavy along the corner of your scarf. Chain 3 and turn. Now you're going to count 8 stitches down. So yarn over twice and into the next stitch. So that chain is your first stitch. So that's 2. Yarn over. That's 3. Yarn over twice. Through the next stitch. That's 4. That's 5. 6. 7 and 8. So I've got 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Into your next stitch, you're doing UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. Into the next stitch, we're going to do 8 treble crochets. That's one into the next stitch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Then we're going to do 8 double crochets, so straight through the next stitch, pull through, yarn over and through 2 loops. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 1 into that last one is 8. So that's you've got, if you're doing it different colours, that's you've got one section done. So this is where you'll cut your yarn if you want and add your next colour and do 2 rows of your next colour. It'll be beautiful as a peacock scarf if you do this all in purples and blues and lilacs and greens, emerald greens. So if you want to do a row count, I've done 1 and 2. So we need 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can mark off the rows if you do them, if you're doing it all in one colour. If you're doing it in different colours, like I said, do 2 rows and change your colour. So I'm not going to change mine, so I'm going to chain 1 and turn. So we're going to do 8 double crochets along. So when you do a double crochet, you're going right in to the very first stitch when you start with a double crochet. So go right in to there. You've got 2 loops, yarn over and pull through. So that's 1 into the next stitch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've done 8. So we're going to change to UK treble crochets. So yarn over this time and do 8 treble crochets. 1, 2, into the next stitch, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Then you're going to go up to your double trebles, yarn over twice and do 8. Multy's just woke up. That's 1 into the next stitch. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, got a stitch there, 7, and we're going in to the third chain here. 1, 2, so count 1, 2, 3 chains and in to that stitch for number 8. And this is what you've got. It's starting to go around. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now when you chain 3, you're just going right into the next stitch. Don't go in there. You're going into the next stitch when you're doing your chain 3. So we're doing 8 double trebles. So that's 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Oh, I need to mark off that row. I've done that row. I need to mark that one off. And then this is row 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stitches, 5, and you'll just continue like this till you've got 26 rows done. And if you're doing it in coloured sections, you'll need 13 coloured sections. That's number 8. Just count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 8 trebles. So I've got my first section done, and I've done 26 rows. You can, if you want, do 28. I might have to do 28 on it if I want a bigger bend in the scarf. So what we're going to do now is, where you've done your big stitches here on the end, we're going to start doing the big stitches here. So they'll go the other way, and that's going to make your scarf bend in the other direction. So we're going to work our 8 double crochets along these smaller stitches. So that counts as 1, and that one's number 2. So we need 8. So that one's 3. Yarn over twice. Remember your yarn over twice for these bigger stitches. That's 4. Through that stitch. That's 5. Get some more yarn. Always make sure you've got no knots in your yarn. So this one is number 6. So we're just turning it, and we're doing it the opposite way from the 8 double crochets, treble crochets and double trebles. Now we're doing double trebles, trebles, and we'll do doubles. So now we're going to do the 8 treble crochets. That's 2. This one's 3. Then 4. We need 8. 5. Now the middle section is always treble crochets. So I've got that one. I'll take that out. There we go. So your middle section will always be your treble, UK treble crochets. Go. So we'll continue to do our 8 here. That's 8. So these last 8 stitches you're going to do the small double crochets. In the USA these are called single crochets, but in the UK they're called double. So you're just pushing your yarn through, so just small stitches, yarn through, yarn over and pull through. So we need 8 of those. That one's number 7, and right into the top of this chain you do your number 8. You're going to chain 1, and that's not a stitch. Don't count that as a stitch. So just turn your work, and we'll work back down with 8 double crochets. So go into that's not a stitch, so go right into that very first stitch for your double crochet. That's 1. Then 2. Oops. Just work your way down. It does get a little bit longer and harder to work as you go along. It's not harder to work, it's just harder to hold. We'll work our way down, and this is what you're going to do for your next 26 rows. So we'll go up and we'll do the treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. I like to say both the terms because there's people all over the world that watches these tutorials. So we'll do 8 UK treble crochets, and then we'll change to our double trebles. So I've got my 8 UK doubles, 8 trebles. We're going to twist it around like this. These big stitches are going to make it bend around, and it'll go in the opposite direction. So we've yarned over twice this time to do these UK double crochets. Double treble crochets, sorry. And if you're in the USA, I think these are called double trebles. Oh, there we go. We'll just work our way to the end, and then we'll do 26 rows. We'll just mark them off in the paper one row at a time so we don't get lost. But you can just count these big stitches at the end. Just make sure you've got 26 rows done. But you may have to do 28 because this is Aran yarn. It's a bit thinner. I'm going into the top of that chain. It's a little bit thinner, so you may have to do 2 extra rows. And there we are. So we've got our first bend with our 26 rows. I'll bring that camera up. That's your first bend there with your 26 rows. And then this one, I'll start to bring it round like that little snake, that little windy path will come round this way. And if you're using double knitting yarn, you might have to do 30 rows. Just work it, have a look at it and see when you're doing it if you think that you need to do extra rows on it. Remember your 3 sections though. You're just doing your 8 stitches for each of your sections. And look at this, it looks so pretty. So I'm going to continue with this yarn, and I'll do my 26 rows and I'll come back and show you what it looks like. So I've got the 2 sections of my winding road done. What I had to do was, when Sandra did this, she used chunky yarn. So the bend in her road was quite dramatic because it was thicker yarn. This is thinner yarn, so instead of doing 26 rows, I've done 28. And then I changed and I went in that direction. You still change and go the direction that I showed you in the video just that little bit earlier. But I've done 28 rows. So if you use an Aran yarn or even a double knitting yarn, with double knitting is even thinner, you may have to do 30 rows to get that nice round road shape like this. So I've got this first section done and this second section done. What I would do now is, you need to do another 3 sections. I think an odd number of sections will be fine with this. That way you've got 2 sections hanging down the front. You'll have a section for your neck, the back of your neck, and then 2 sections to go down the front on your left side of your body at the front. Once you've done the amount of rows that you want to do, whether it's 26 or 28 or even 30, depending on the thinness of your yarn, I'll bring my camera back down like this. What you'll do is, you're going to start the next section. So we're going to go back to have these double crochets here this time, and then it'll fan around that way. So you'll do your chain 1 and turn your work, and you're going to do, I'll do 28 rows because I'm using Aran yarn. If you're using chunky, do 26 rows, and if you're using a double knitting, I would try 30 rows. So into the very first stitch, because that stitch isn't counted when you're starting your double crochets, don't count that little chain 1 that you did. So go into the very first stitch, and that's 1, and you'll just continue the pattern the way you've been doing it. 8 of each stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And then you'll do your treble crochets, your UK treble crochets. You'll do 8 of them, and then along here you'll do 8 of the bigger stitches, you'll do 8 of the double crochets, and you'll do 26 rows if you're using chunky. If you want to do that, you can use 26 rows with Aran, but I found that 28 rows with the Aran was much better. It gave me a much better circle in the road if you know what I mean. It's a better bend in the road. It's a more softer bend in this scarf. So you'll continue with sections of however many rows that you're going to do. You need to do at least 26 rows to get that bend. So just once again, when Sandra done it in the chunky, she did 26 rows. I've done it in the Aran, and I ended up doing 28 rows for each of the bends. You can, if you want, make this thicker or wider or shorter. Just adjust the stitch sets. The stitch sets on this one is 8. 8 here, 8 here, and 8 here for that bigger stitch. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet, a double crochet, and a treble crochet. If you're in the UK or anywhere in Europe, it's a double crochet, a treble crochet, and a double treble crochet. It's that big stitch, the way it fans out, makes that beautiful turning in your scarf. And like I've said, I think 5 sections will be fine for a scarf. So if you want to put a fringe on, I'm going to cheat and use my mobile phone here. And what you'll do is, you're just going to wrap your yarn around, that's long enough for a fringe. Wrap your yarn around until you've got quite a few strands. Just cut your yarn. Oops, I need better scissors. And carefully, you can just slip it off. Just slip it off. You can use anything to wrap that yarn around. Just cut over one section. I'll put my phone over there. And what you have is all these little loops. You've got all these little loops. And then what you can do, you can either take 2 at a time, or you can just do it with 1. I'll bring this back down. So to do your fringe, put 2 of your loops together and half it like that. Take your crochet hook and put it through your first stitch. Put it through the loops of the yarn and pull it through like that. Now either with your fingers, just pull those strands through those loops and then just give it a pull. Push it down here. Don't pull it like that because you'll stretch your stitch. Just get it in, push it in. Take another 2. And this is how you'll do your fringe. You can neaten it up to the length that you want it. Go through the next stitch. I'm going to try and catch that little part of the stitch that goes across there. Push my hook through. It'll make it more stable. Pull through. Now you can just loop it all around and pull it through those loops. Don't pull it like that, you'll stretch your stitch. Put your fingers here in front of the loop and then pull it down. Just pull it down like that, and that'll make those little loops secure. And you can do a little fringe all the way along the bottom of your scarf like that. I'll put that back up again. So you continue your fringe on either side once you've finished it. And I will put some more pictures up of the one that Sandra done. And I'll put a little picture up of the way that this one is folding. This is really nice. This is more compact because it's an Aran yarn. It's not as thick as the chunky, obviously. And I've used a 5mm crochet hook for this. This is a Tulip 5, UK 5mm. Or I think that's an American size 8 there on that one. I'll leave a link to these. These are really comfortable. Look at this. These are really comfortable. They're not too long. They don't stick out and they're really light. And that gold, whatever that is that's on there, that gold is amazing. And you get a really nice point in your hook as well. You get a nice point here and you get a good grip in the hook part there. and there's plenty on that shaft for you to do your crochet as well. I like these are really nice, and I need to thank the ladies that were sending me these. And I need to thank Karen, and Karen was sending me these all different sizes of the tulip ones, and there's quite a few. Glynis sends me hooks, she sent me Knit Pro hooks, and my friend Pauline, she sent me some hooks as well, and it's amazing. Look at this, it's brilliant. That's a good hook. It's great with that Aran yarn. And that is how you do the Winding Road scarf. It's really pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this a pretty blanket. Look at this now. All it's made up of are these granny squares, a solid granny square, and the way you sew them together, it keeps the formation going of these little spaces where your corners are. These are the granny squares here, and that's its corners, and those holes just match up with the next square, and you get this lovely diamond pattern. I'll turn it that way as well, so it doesn't make a difference, doesn't make any difference what way that you put it, and it just keeps this beautiful pattern. I've used 12 squares. I've used 12 squares, and each square is about 8 by 8 inches, and I've used 12. You can use as many as you like. You can use any yarn you like for this. I'll show you how to sew them together to keep that really pretty triangle pattern running through your blanket when you sew them up. I'll show you how to sew it as well. I'll show you how to put a very simple edge on. I've just done 2 rows of UK treble crochets, and I'm sitting at my sister Sandra's, and I'm right in front of a very large window, and that's why it's a little bright. She's made me this little desk, a little makeshift work area, and I've got a little camera up here. I want to show you what she made. I'm going to bring this down a little bit. I want to show you what she made me. Look, she's made me these. Now, where Sandra lives, there is beaches all the way around the coastline, and she goes to the beaches, and my daughter does this as well. They go around the beaches and they collect what's called sea glass. If you hold it up to the light, look how pretty that is through there. Now what sea glass is, it's just really old bottles. Look at this one, it looks like a little heart. As I'll put those ones down aside there, as you just get the little hook, just like they've got on other stitch markers. Now these are the first ones that she's actually made, and then you just hook it on to your stitch so it marks your place. Look at that, it's really pretty, and they're not too heavy either. I mean, even though it's little chunks of glass. Now what sea glass is, it could be really old Victorian, or maybe about 50 years or so, where people have thrown bottles into the sea, or it's been dumped away out to sea and washed in, and all the sand and the gravel in the sea just soften all the edges, and it comes up like this. I'll get a green piece, and look at the light shining through it. Now you get green, you get white, you get red glass sometimes, blue glass, but most common is this sort of white and maybe like the green. But it's really pretty. Look at that. They make beautiful little stitch markers. So I'll take that back off my blanket. There we go. So today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful little blanket anyway. And I'll tell you what yarn this is. This is beautiful yarn. I can't I don't have a label, but I've got another ball of it. So I'll show you that in a second. So just hang around, watch the video, have yourself a cup of coffee, or get your yarn, your hook, use the hook size it tells you on the yarn, and crochet along, because this is a row by row video and there's only 5 rows. It's only 5 rows to this granny square, and I'm going to show you how to do it. You can make as many as you like, and once again I've made 12 and mine are 8 by 8. That's what the size mine came out. Depends on your tension. Your squares might be just a little shade smaller or a little shade bigger if you have a more loose tension than I have. So let's go on and I'll show you how to do this really beautiful pretty blanket. So I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty granny square. Make them any colour you like. You can make them from the one ball of yarn. And the little blanket that I did 12 squares, and one ball of yarn was enough for 12 squares, and I had a little bit left. I think I could have got 14 squares out of it. So we'll show you how to do that. I'm using a UK size 4mm crochet hook. This is a UK size 4mm. I'm using this yarn. This is called Papataya. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. It's made in Turkey, but you can get it all over the country. You get it all over the UK, and you can get it all over the USA as well. The colour number for this one is 55409, and if you just type that name into Google, this is 100 grams. And one of these will make between 12 and 14 squares, depends on your tension. I got 12 squares done with one ball and still had enough left to do maybe 1 or 2 more on it. So I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty granny square. So we're going to start with a magic circle. Just put your yarn down your hand like that, the tail end on the top. Wrap your yarn around your fingers. Then turn your hand around and put your hook through that loop. And then pull that yarn through that loop. Let it all go. Catch your working yarn and just pull it up. Now we're going to start with 5 stitches. We're going to crochet 5 chains. These 5 chains will be your treble crochet and 2 chains. So this first one, we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now those 5 chains are your first treble crochet and chain 2. Now into your circle you're going to put 3 UK treble crochets. So yarn over and into your circle you're going to do 3 UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. So that's 1, 2, and 3. So you've got your little cluster of 3. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, into the space again. You'll do another set of 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, 2. Another 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now when you did that chain of 5, that is the stitch that belongs to this last cluster. So pull your little slip knot, your little magic circle in a bit. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now into there you're going to put 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. Now pull your magic circle tight. Pull it tight in and as you can see, it's brought that stitch around here for you. You're going to do a slip stitch into the third stitch in the chain. So count 1, 2 and 3, and into that third stitch, slip stitch and join. And what you've made is the centre part of your little granny square. That's this part here. That's what we've done. Doesn't quite look like it, but it will once we've got it sorted. So these are your 4 corners. These chain 2 spaces are your 4 corners. Now what you're going to do now is, so that we're always starting inside this chain space, pull your stitch up just a little bit. Pull your stitch up. And you're going to slip stitch into that chain space. Slip stitch into there. Now it brings you over into the corner, and it keeps your corners nice. It keeps all your corners nice. As you can see, you can't actually see, there's no dodgy chain going up the middle of your granny square. There's no dodgy chain anywhere in it. It keeps all your corners nice and neat. So we're going to chain 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That is the last stitch of the round. When we come back around here, we'll slip stitch just like we did down here. So into this chain space here, you're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. Now right in there, you're going into that little space there, you're going to do a treble crochet. You've got to go in there to keep your stitch count correct. So into there. So don't count that one. We've got 3 stitches. So 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 4. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 5. And put 2 into this corner. 1 and 2. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now that gives you your first side of your square. Now you can see what I mean by that being the last stitch. Once we go all the way around, we'll slip stitch to that chain, and that will make that last side. So we started here with 3 stitches. Now you should have 7. Don't count that one. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you've got 2 in that corner, and we've done our 2 chain. So we're going to put another 2 in here. So your corners will always have 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. So you're going to go into that next stitch. Make sure you go in to that space that's there. So yarn over and in to that space at the top of that post. 1 into the next stitch. 1 into the next stitch. And 2 into the corner. 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. So that's your first corner done. And you should have 7 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So you're going to chain 2. And into the corner again, put your 2 treble crochets into that chain corner space. 1 and 2 into that corner. A treble crochet right into the next stitch. Make sure you're going right in to that next stitch. 1 into the next stitch. 1 into the top of the next stitch. And we're at the corner again. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more into that corner space. 1 into the space and 2. So you're going to treble crochet into the next stitch, right in there. 1 into the next stitch. 1 into the next stitch. And remember, we slip stitch into this space, so you're going into there, into the chain space, your third treble crochet, and then you're going to count 1, 2, 3 stitches and slip stitch and join, and that's you got round 2 done. So in between each corner you've got 7 stitches. So round 3, I'm going to pull my stitch up just a little bit and slip stitch into there. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Once again, that's the last stitch of that side. So into here we're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. We'll finish that corner when we come all the way around, and we'll finish the corner in here. So into the next stitch, you may have to pull those 2 back. You're going to do 1 treble crochet all the way along. We should have 11 stitches now on this round, and this is round 3. 1 treble crochet if you're in the UK, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. 1 into each stitch. You're going to put 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets into the corner. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 more treble crochets into that corner. 1 and 2. Now 1 into each stitch along, and make sure you go into that very first one that's there. Not the spaces. You're not going in the spaces, you're going into the stitch. Into the top of a stitch. One into each one, all the way along. Two trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles into the corner. 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and another 2 into that big space. 1 and 2. Then you'll put 1 into each stitch along. Make sure you go into that first stitch there. Make sure you go in there. 1 into each stitch. We should have 11 this time. All the way along you should have 11 on each side once you're finished. So 2 into this corner, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 into the corner, 1 and 2. Now we're doing the last side, so remember and go into that stitch that's there, and 1 into each stitch. Into there, and we're at the corner, so we've already got 1 for the corner, so we're going into the space here, and then you're going to slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain, and that's your corner complete, and that's your little square starting to work. So you'll start with 3 treble crochets here. Then you'll have 5, 1, 2, 3, no, you'll have 7. You'll start with 3, then your next row you should have 7 in each section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you should have 11. On the 3rd row, you should have 11 stitches from corner to corner. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now row 4, you should have 15 in row 4. So we're going to slip stitch into that chain space again. Just slip stitch in and chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the last stitch in that side, remember. So into here you're going to put 2 treble crochets. That is 1 treble crochet and 2 chain. So you need 2 treble crochets into the corner. 1 and 2. Now remember, we'll complete the corner when we get around to here. Once we've done our crochet up here, we'll complete the corner by doing a slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in that chain. So you're going to work 1 treble crochet all the way to the end, but remember and go into that little stitch that's there. Make sure you start in this stitch here. And we should have 15 stitches along once you've finished and done your corner. So we're at the corner. We're going to do our 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and put 2 more treble crochets into that chain space. 1 and 2. Now remember and go into that very first stitch that's there and work your way along. When you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. The same at this corner, 1 treble crochet in each stitch, and when you get to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. And we'll work our way down to here, and then I'll show you what to do next. So pause the video and do around your sides till we get to here, and I'll show you how, once again, to finish the round at that slip stitch here. So I'm at the end here. Now don't forget to put 1 into here before you join up here. Make sure you've got your 15 stitches. So you need to go into there to make this corner of your square. Now you're going to count 1, 2 and 3 and slip stitch to close that round, and slip stitch through there, and you should have 15 stitches. Now doing what I've been doing makes your corners all nice and neat, and you don't have any ugly chain joinings in the middle of your granny square. You get a nice neat section on your square. Now you should have 15 stitches now on this row. This is row 4. You should have 15 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that chain makes 15. Remember to do that treble crochet into that corner before you slip stitch on to that chain. So we're going to slip stitch in to there. Keeps it all nice and neat. Chain 5, this is the last round. If you want to make a great big granny square, just continue doing what I've been doing. And we've already slip stitched into this corner. You're going to do your chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now remember, that is the last stitch of that row there. So into this corner, we're going to do 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. We should have 19 stitches in each side of round 5. So remember and go into that very first stitch there and put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. And if you're in the USA, that's a double crochets for you. But here in the UK, we call it a treble crochet. It's the same stitch, just a different term. 1 into each stitch. When you get to the corner, you'll do your two treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. All the way along to the corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. All the way to that side and all the way around. And you should have 19 stitches between your corners. Now remember that when you've done your last stitch here, make sure you go into that corner with 1 stitch into that corner. And then you're going to count 3 chain. 1, 2, 3. Push it through. Oops, make sure you go through the stitch. Push through and slip stitch. Now what you're going to do now, we're going to leave a longish tail. So I'm going to show you how to sew these together. So just pull that through, all the way through, and that is going to finish off your granny square like this. Now if yours is not too square and it's a little bit wrinkly, you can spray it with water and put it onto a dry towel and then just put some pins in the corner, a couple down the side and 1 in the corner. But mine's is quite square, it's quite straight, so I'm going to show you how to stitch 2 of them together. So I'll show you how to stitch 2 together to make sure you get that diamond pattern for the blanket. And if it looks kind of odd, just make sure you get it up like that. I'm going to show you how to do it so it keeps the diamond shape in there, so that when you do your next squares, you'll sew them the same way. It keeps that nice diamond shape in this pattern of the blanket. I'll go and get my darning hook. You need a darning needle. And I'll show you how to do 2 of them together. Now this one looks bigger, but it's not. You stick it on the top of there, you can see that it is the same size as that one. Now I'm going to put my darning needle on to this long length that we left. It is a little bit too long, but you can sew more than one of these together. So I'm going to put my yarn through. Now turn it, if you're right-handed, so that your yarn's on this side. Take your other granny square and turn it to the wrong side facing you. On these squares there is a right side and a wrong side, and this is the wrong side. You can see the difference, nice and neat on this side, and that's the wrong side, and that's the right side of the granny square there, and that is the wrong side. So you're going to put right side and right side and put that one on the top of it like that. Now, to keep those little diamonds all nice and neat, what we're going to do is, I'm going to turn that so I've got this one on top of that one. So make sure that the back end, the back of your granny square is on the outsides. Move that out of the way. So this is the one I left the tail on. Now what I'm going to do is, in your chain of 2, you've got 2 stitches here, 1 and 2. I'm going to go, take this one, and I've got 2 stitches here, 1 and 2. I'm going into that first stitch there. So I'm in the chain. I'm in one of the stitches in the chain, and just pull my yarn through like that. Now in the chain here you've got 2 stitches, 1 and 2, so go in to the first chain, the chain in this here, you've got 1 there and 1 there, so you're going to pick up that loop and then pick up that back loop of that stitch and pull your yarn through, and that should have you should have 1 stitch in the chain and 1 stitch in the chain together. So what you're going to do now is the next stitch, you're going to pick up the next stitch through 1 and 2 strands, and your next stitch here on this one, come through that one and pick up that one and push through and just overlap it. Don't pull it too tight. So make sure you know the stitches you've gone through. So you're going to line up your next ones. So go through that one and that one. So in all, you should have 21 little stitches, because remember we use 1 in the chain and there's 19 stitches along, and we'll use 1 from the chain that's on this side, and that is 1 there, 19 there and 1 there. That makes 21. So you should go through 21 times. So we've done that one, we're going through the next one and through the loops of that next one over there, and just pull that up and over. Don't do it too tight. Then through the next stitch. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th one, and this is going to keep it all lined up. If you make sure that you do that, your little triangle in the middle of your blanket will stay nice and neat. It won't be all offset. So into the next stitch and into the corresponding stitch on that side. And what we're going to do is we're going to open it up and just check. So as you can see, they've matched up nice and neat, and it's keeping that diamond shape. That'll all straighten out once we've got it all sewed together. So it's not offset like this. You're not offset like that. You've got your nice diamond shape. Make sure that your corners are together like this, and it keeps that nice diamond in your blanket. So when you join your other squares, your diamond will all match up. And that's what you're going to do to all your squares that you've made. Join them in a line, and then we'll join them together. We'll put all our lines together, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to do my blanket 4 squares long. So I'll continue sewing along here, stitch for stitch. Just remember what stitch you went into. So you're going right through the stitch, just picking up that little arrow part of the stitch. Don't pull it too tight. If you pull it too tight, it will distort your pattern and it will distort your square. So I've done all my stitches and I'm at the chain spaces. So one of the stitches in the chain, I'm going to catch that, and I'm going to catch one of the stitches in this chain. I'm not going to do the 2 stitches because when I join my next square, I'll be using that stitch. So in your chain, you're just using 1 stitch from the chain. So now I'm going to check it that it's all nice and symmetrical. And look at that, it keeps it all nice and symmetrical. So make sure that you haven't done your stitches too tight. Just give it a little pull. Make sure it's not too tight. And don't worry about it looking a little bumpy here, because there's a stitch here that we didn't use and a stitch here we didn't use. There's one in here that we didn't use and one there. But when we put the next squares on, we'll use those stitches, and that'll keep your whole blanket all nice and symmetrical. So I've got 2 done. I'm going to add another 2. I'll get all my other squares and I'll have them in lines of 4 granny blocks in each one, and then I'll sew them. I'll show you how to sew them together. And once I've done that, I'm going to go all the way around my blanket with a treble crochet row. So I've got the wrong side, that's the right side and that's the right side, and I'm putting it down that way. Now don't worry about these little corners. They will straighten up once we get them sewed in. So I'm going to come down a little bit with my camera. So you can see that these are still nice. They've got these nice triangles by doing what I showed you how to do this. So this is the wrong side and this is the wrong side. So the right side and the right side. I'm going to put them down on top of each other and just sew it the same way I did when I showed you how to do that one edge. So remember I showed you how to sew along the one edge. So now we're going to just do the same. I'll get my darning needle and my yarn. I've got some yarn and my darning needle. So this time I'm going to go into the second stitch in the chain. You've got 1, 2, that's that chain space. Now it's absolutely pouring with rain here, so it is a little darker now in the video. And in here, into the second chain space here too, just pick up the stitches in that chain. So you've got your 1, 2 stitches in the chain, and I will put a treble crochet row all the way around this little blanket when I've got it sewn. So I'm just going to come back through that chain, just so it doesn't come out. Over sew that, just to catch it so it doesn't come out, and that little end will be on the back end of my little blanket. You won't see it. So now we're going stitch for stitch again. I'll try and get that down a little bit so that you can see this properly. So now we're going stitch for stitch. So it'll be the second stitch in that little chain space. Pick that up and then pick up the second stitch in this side. So you're going right through both sides. Now you can see that a little bit better. And just pull that through. And then I'm going to come over the top and take the next stitch and then go through the V of the other square. So that you've got a little stitch that will go right over the top. Then take the next stitch. Make sure you don't go into that stitch again. Keep it stitch for stitch. And that way your pattern will stay. That way your little triangle will be all nice and neat. All the way along. So into there. I'm going to work along to the chain space, and when I get to these chain spaces, we've got one stitch left in each chain space. I'll just match up that chain space stitch with that chain space stitch, and the same on this one. There's one chain space stitch and one stitch in your chain. Make sure you put them together and go through there. And that'll keep the corner section, the crossover section, it'll keep this crossover section here, where your blanket crosses over, it'll keep it nice and neat here. So I'll finish sewing on this last line of squares, and as you can see, it's came up nice and neat. I've still got a really nice triangle there in it, and this is the way it is when it's that way. I'll show you it that way as well. Now I've only done 12 squares. I've done them in sets of 4 and sewn them together, but if you want, you can do many more. You can do much more. Just for the video I did 12, and I'm going to go in to this corner. I'll bring the camera down a little bit more. Now, I have got a light behind me now, and it's kind of giving a shadow. I do apologise for that. But anyway, find the end of my yarn. I'm going to go into this corner. Leave myself enough yarn to sew the end in. And just pull my yarn through. I'm going to wrap my tail over there and get my working yarn. And I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now just like the square, when we did the square, that's going to be the last stitch of this side. So into this corner, just like when we did the squares, I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. Now I'm going to go right into that corner stitch, that very first stitch there, and I'm going to put 1 stitch, 1 UK treble crochet in every stitch along. I'll treat it like a great big square. Some more yarn. I'll work my way along. I'll show you what to do at the joint, where the squares are joined. On we go, 1 into each stitch. So I'm at where I've joined my squares. So into that space, I'm just going to do 1 treble crochet. I'm going to push my hook through the join in the stitch. Just push a hook through. Get a decent grip in there. I'm going to put 1 treble crochet in there. So I need to remember and put a stitch in to there. I'm going to put another one into that joint, so that's 2 into the joint. Just push it through there, that joint. I'm going to put 1 into the chain space. One into that very next stitch. That very next stitch there. And work along. 1 into each stitch. And that's enough to get me across there. So when you get to your next one, make sure you put 1 into your last stitch, 1 into the chain space, and put 1 in. There's a stitch here and the bundle, so make sure you try and get 2 in there, 1 into the chain space, and make sure you put 1 into that little stitch that's there and work your way along. So when you get to the chain space, 1 in the chain space, 2 in this clump here and 1 in there, and then make sure you start there and work your way along. All the way to the corner. Now when you get to the corner, treat it the same way as we did for the squares. 2 treble crochet, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. Then work your way down the side till you get to this corner. 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. Then 1 into each stitch, 1 into the chain space, 2 into that clump, 1 into the chain space, and make sure when you start your next square you go into that stitch that's there all the way along until you get right around your blanket. So I am going, that's what it looks like. I'm going to work my way along all the way around my blanket, and I'll come back and show you what it's like. So I've got all the way around, and what I've done is I've actually done 2 rows of the treble crochets. Now just like that first round, I did my chain of 5, and I'm going to slip stitch to end the round in the 3rd stitch in the chain of 5. And that's what I did on the first round as well. Just slip stitch through, and I'm just going to pull my yarn through. I'll cut it a little bit, don't need all of that. Just pull that right through, and that's my corner finished there. And this, I'm going to zoom, I'll bring the camera up a bit. Now it needs just kind of a little smoothing out, and you can see that the diamond shapes in this pattern, I've kept a pattern, and this is what it looks like. I think I've got it round the wrong way. No, I haven't, that's the right way. And this is what my little blanket looks like. Look at the pattern on that, it is so pretty. And I just edged it with 2 rows of UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. And you can make this as big as you like. Make it as big as you want it. I'm going to turn it that way. And look how it looks on either side. It just doesn't matter. It's just so pretty. And it's just done out of these squares. It's so pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Please give it a try. It's just squares and you sew them together. It's really easy. Thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel, and if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to do this berry stitch in a staggered formation. Underneath the video I'll put a link to the straight version of this stitch where you can have all your little berries just running up in straight lines. So for this video I have used first choice double knitting. This is only 99 pence a ball. It's sold in a shop in the UK called Home Bargains. Beautiful yarn. It says it's double knitting, but it's actually quite thick. It's quite a thick yarn. It makes beautiful, beautiful crochet and knitting. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. This is what the back looks like on this, and I'll show you how at the end to put a simple edge down the side with this. So if you're going to use different yarn, just use the hook it tells you on the yarn label. But what I'll say is you could try doing this in a size bigger hook. This is quite a compact stitch, so you might have to use one size bigger in your hook to make this open up. You can, if it tells you to use a 5, you can use a 5.5 and it'll make it much lighter because it is quite a dense stitch, and if you want the stitch to be nice and light, then if it tells you to use a 5, try a 5.5 and see how you go with it, because it is a dense stitch. So that's what I would do with it. I would use a bigger crochet hook. So it tells you on this yarn to use, the shade on this is 51, by the way. It's 51. It tells you to actually use a 4mm crochet hook, but I'm using a 4.5 for this. This is quite a thick yarn. It says it's double knitting, but I would never use a 4 crochet hook for that. I think it would be too tight. So anyway, I'm using a 4.5, and I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty staggered berry stitch. It's kind of like a cheese bobble. It's not a bobble stitch, it's just a nice big stitch. So it's really easy for beginners to do this. It's a UK double crochet and a UK triple treble crochet, and don't let that put you off. This is a very easy stitch. It's just one berry stitch, one double crochet, one berry stitch, one double crochet. Your second row is all double crochets. So easy, but it is so pretty. Look at that. So I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful berry stitch. You can use it for blankets, for scarves, even for hats as well. It's beautiful. This is from a shop in the UK called Pound Stretchers. I think it's £1.99 for 3. You get 3 of these 50g balls. It's 100% acrylic. This one is called Pastel Grey. There's no number on it, it's just called Pastel Grey. It's a double knitting yarn. It's really nice. It really crochets up nice. It's really soft as well for being a budget yarn. It's really soft, and it's a lovely silver grey. So I'm going to do a slip knot. If you can't do a slip knot, if you're a beginner and you can't do a slip knot, just tie your yarn on to your hook like that. Just tie it on. Put your yarn over and pull it through. Now just pull it up a little bit, because that first little stitch will disappear. So that's you got it on your hook. So you're going to need an even number of stitches for this. Do your chain the length that you need it. Use a measuring tape if you have to, and measure your chain to the length that you want it. I'm going to do a sample. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So into your second stitch, I'll bring this down. So into the second stitch in your chain, you're going to do what's called a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet for you. So it's a UK double crochet. Into that second stitch, push your hook right through, pull your yarn through. You've got 2 loops on your hook. So yarn over and pull through those 2 loops. You're going to do that all the way to the end. Make sure you have an odd number. Because we started our chain in an even number, we've gone into the second stitch. That stitch here makes the side. So you should have an odd number of stitches. So I'm going to do 1 double crochet into every stitch. And then I'll count them. I'll make sure I've got an odd number. So I've done my foundation chain. I've got 31 stitches. So I must have done 32 in my foundation chain. So I've done 1 UK double crochet. Now this is the right side of your blanket. You're going to chain 1 and turn. You're going to put a double crochet into that very first stitch. That chain 1 is not a stitch. So go right into that very first stitch there and do a double crochet. You'll do a double crochet into the second stitch. Now into the third stitch we're going to do the berry stitch. Now the berry stitch is 3 times around your yarn. It's like a little fake bobble stitch. 1, 2 and 3. If you're in the UK, this is called a triple treble crochet. So I'm calling it a berry stitch because that's what it goes under in some of the patterns and books that I've seen. Anyway, we're doing this as a berry stitch. So 3 times around your yarn and go into the next stitch and pull through. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over and pull through 2 loops. Right up until we get to the end, we're going to do 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch and 1 double crochet. So straight into the next stitch and do a UK double crochet. Now what it does is it pulls that big stitch into a bauble or a berry or a little bundle like that. Once you've got used to this, you can adjust it if you want. You can do 2 double crochets in between your berry stitches. So into the next stitch, wrap your yarn 3 times around your hook so it looks like you've got 4 loops on your hook. Right through the stitch and pull through. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over, come through 2 loops and once again yarn over and through those 2 loops. Into the next stitch, UK double crochet. 1, 2, 3 times around your hook and into the next stitch. And we're going to make another little berry stitch. Double crochet into the next stitch and that's going to pull that one down. 1, 2, 3 and into the next stitch all the way to the end. Double crochet into the next stitch. And then do your berry stitch 3 times around your hook and pull through the next stitch. Then double crochet into the next stitch all the way along. 1. So I've got 3 stitches left at the end. I'm going to do my berry stitch into the next one. And then the last 2 are going to be a double crochet into each of those stitches. You're going to chain 1 and turn. Remember that chain 1 is not a stitch. And this is what you get. You get these little bobbly berries. Into the very first stitch. These are the 2 rows you're going to repeat. This berry row and the very next row is 1 full row of double crochets. So you're going to do 1 double crochet into every stitch. So right into that beginning there, you're going to do a double crochet. one into the next stitch. Your next stitch is kind of down beside the bobble there. That's 2. And then your next stitch, you give it a little turn and you can see that, just go into that space there, and that'll let you catch that stitch at the top of the berry. Into the next stitch, then there'll be one at the top of the berry, and that's what you'll do all the way along. So I'm at the end and I'm doing my last double crochet. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to chain 1 and turn my work. What we're wanting to do is we want to move that berry over here so it staggers like this, so that the berries stagger in and out like this on the edge. What it does is it pushes all the berries along one so that they sit in between each other, and you get this lovely textured pattern. It's still flat on the back, just as it does with the straight lined ones. There is a video how to do this in straight lines. I'll leave the link underneath the video and you can go and check that one out. I'll show you how just to keep your berries on a straight line on the other video, but with this one I'm going to show you how it staggers in and out at the edge, which pushes all the berries across, and you get this beautiful texture. Look at that, it's absolutely beautiful. I'll pop that over there. So I've done my chain 1 and I'm going to turn my work. Now on that berry row we done 2 double crochets. This time we're only going to do 1. We're going to put 1 double crochet into that first stitch, and then you're going to start your berry stitch. So 1, 2, 3 wraps around your crochet hook and into that stitch. Yarn over and pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and the last ones. You're going to double crochet into the next stitch. You're going to do a berry stitch in the next one. You're just going to follow the pattern now. 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet. And what that's done, as you can see, it's started the berries 1 space over. So all of these ones will sit sort of in between, and I'm going to do that all the way along. I'm just going to do my 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet all the way to the end, and I should finish with a berry stitch and 1 double crochet at the end. So I'll get that done and I'll come back and I'll show you all the next row. So I'm at my last 2 stitches, so I'm going to do a berry stitch and to that second last one, so I've done my berry stitch and I've got 1 stitch left, and I'm going to do a double crochet, chain 1 and turn my work. So as you can see, it's moved. You've got a berry here now, and it's going to stagger all the rest of them in between the ones that are down below. It's a really pretty texture with this, really easy, much easier than the puff stitch. So into the next stitch I'm going to do a double crochet right into that very first stitch, and kind of tilt my work a little bit just to get the stitch that it turns itself around a little bit, so it is there. So just turn your work a little bit, and remember, don't go into that hole there. You're going in and catching these 2 stitches. It just kind of twists itself the way the berries push down. So go in and just pull your yarn through and do your double crochet. There's a stitch in between, and then 1, catch that stitch that's kind of moved over to the back, you're going to do 1 double crochet all the way along. Make sure you don't go in that space there. Make sure you go into the space that's here, where you can catch those 2 strands. And you'll do 1 double crochet all the way to the end. So this one, to stagger the berries, has 3 rows to repeat. You'll have your first row where you've got 2 double crochets at the beginning, and then you start your berry pattern. You've got your 1 double crochet in between all the way along, and then your third row is only 1 double crochet and a berry. Then you'll do a double crochet row. Your next row, you'll go back to this one here. You'll do 2 double crochets and then start your berry, and you'll finish with 2 double crochets. So this is the 3 rows that you'll repeat. The 2 double crochets and your berry, your 1 row of double crochets, and then your next berry one is 1 double crochet and a berry, and that staggers your berries in and out up the edge like this one here. It will stagger them. I've got it out and then in, that one's in then out so it doesn't really matter. It staggers them in and out like that, which makes all the rest do the same, and you get that pretty pattern. So I'll finish my double crochets and I'll show you that one more row. So I'm on my last double crochet. I'm going to chain 1 and turn. So the next row we need to get the berry over here, so we'll be doing 2 double crochets first when we turn. So now you'll do 1 double crochet and 1 double crochet and then a berry stitch. So 1 into that first stitch, 1 into the second stitch, and then start your berry. 1, 2, 3 wraps around and do your berry stitch. You'll always be doing the berry stitch when you're on the back of your work, so it goes to the front. Double crochet into the next stitch, and you'll just repeat your pattern. 1 berry stitch, 1 double crochet, 1, 2, 3 wraps around into the next stitch, pull that through, and double crochet. So what it's done now is it's brought the berry back in between these 2. If you try and remember, at each end 2 double crochets, your next berry row it's 1 double crochet at each end, your next berry row is 2 double crochets at each end, then it'll go back to 1, then 2, then 1, then 2, and in between you've got 1 full row of double crochets. And if your berries end up on this side, just push them through, and that's all you do. You just keep repeating those rows. Just keep repeating those rows until you get this. This is what you'll have. Turn that around the right way, and you'll just work on it all the way up until it's as big as you want it. And this is what you'll get. It will stagger in and out, and you get this beautiful texture. Now to finish your blanket, finish on a double crochet row like this, and then what you can do is, I'm going to show you on this, I haven't finished this one yet, I'll just rip this back out once I've showed you what to do. So when you've done your last stitch on your last row, you're going to just chain 1 and then go back into that same stitch. And that's your turn going down the side, and what you're going to do is put 1 double crochet into each row on this blanket. So just go in there and do 1 double crochet into the next row, 1 double crochet into the next row. 1 should be enough for each row. Work your way down, and this is going to neaten your edge. you'll be able to neaten the edge of your blanket. You can do more than one round, around and around with your double crochet. When you get to the corner, you can put 2 double crochet, 2 chain and 2 double crochet into the corners if you're going to do more than one row. Now I'm just going to finish and neaten that edge off, and it's just 1 double crochet into each stitch all the way down, and it gives you a nice neat edge. I can take that back out again. That's how you'll finish your blanket. I'm going to take that back out because I've not finished my blanket yet. I need that stitch. I've taken one too many out, just going to go into there. And that's all you do to get this beautiful pattern. Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful fillet block blanket. Now this is called a fillet stitch, where you have ones that are filled in and ones that have these fillet spaces in them. This is a 6-row block pattern. The stitch count for this blanket is 18, and then add another 13 stitches to your foundation chain. 18 makes up these 2 blocks. Your extra 13 makes a block on the end so that your blanket will stay symmetrical. So you'll start on a full block blanket and you'll finish on a full block blanket. Now the thing to remember when I've done this blanket, to keep the fillet boxes on top of these ones, the first set is 10 stitches and the last set is 10 stitches. I'll explain that as I go along. That way it keeps these fillet blocks the noise in the background's Mully. It keeps these fillet blocks right on top of the other ones. If you do them all in sets of 9, you'll have this one will come over here on the beginning of it, and you'll only have 4 spaces left at the end. You won't have the 5, so your blanket won't be symmetrical. So each set of 2 of these boxes is 18 stitches, except for the end. I'll explain it again, like I've said, I'll explain it as I go along. Don't think you can't do this. You can. If you follow along, get your yarn, do your blanket in sets of 18. 18 makes a block, one of these blocks and one of these, and then add an extra 13 at the end. You'll get this beautiful blanket. I done a row of UK treble crochets right around my blanket just to straighten up the edge. In the corners I put 2 UK treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 UK treble crochets in each corner. When I got back around, I just slip stitched into there, and that just gives me this nice straight edge along the blanket. Now if you're doing your blanket and it looks kinda in like this, if it goes in like this, it's just the pattern of that fillet. Once you wash your blanket, if you can see with mine, that blanket opens itself up. The blanket does open up these little blocks, these fillet blocks. Now, if you're a beginner, do not think for a minute that you're not going to be able to do this pattern. You will be able to do it. It's a beautiful pattern. It's beautiful in any colour at all. It's so much nice. It's really nice in a solid colour. But if you follow along with the video, then you'll be able to do this easily. The bows that I've put on my blanket, I've put one of each shade of this lilac. These bows, I get a lot of people will say, how do you make them? I don't make them. I buy these from Amazon. I'll put a link underneath. They sell as handmade hair bows or crocodile clip hair bows. Normally you get them and you'll get two. So this colour of purple lilac, I got two of those ones. I got a big pack of 40. It was actually 40. You got two of each colour, and there's a whole rainbow of colours. And if you're making the blanket, if it's for a little girl, these come in great. You can take them off the blanket and you can pop them onto headbands and things if it's a little girl, and they just clip on. Look at that. When the blanket goes to get washed, the mum or the person you give this to can just unclip these and then just clip them back on. You can just clip them in like that and they make a beautiful decoration on the blanket. So I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful fillet block blanket. So to do this blanket, I'm using this baby soft spun by a company called Teddy, but you can use any yarn that you want. I'm going to use this beautiful lilac. You need to do your stitch count of a number of 18. So 18 will make 2 blocks. Do as many sets of 18 as you want it to be wide, and then add another 13 stitches. Just like I explained, the extra 13 stitches is for that last block on your blanket. You need an odd number of blocks so that when you start with a plain block, a full block, you finish on a full block. And the easiest way to remember to do it is to do it in sets of 18, then add an extra 13 stitches, and those 13 stitches are going to make that odd block, and the other extra stitches is for your foundation chain to keep your stitch count correct, just the way I showed you earlier. So I'm going to use this Knit Pro crochet hook. This is a lovely flat crochet hook. I'll leave a link in the description. These crochet hooks they're quite small and they're great. They just fit in your hand really easy. I'm actually beginning to find that flat crochet hooks, or ones that are really flat here, seem to hold in your hand. You don't need to grip all the way around it. It just fits nice into your hand. Your thumb can go anywhere on it as well, and it's still got a decent working shaft and hook, and the hooks are absolutely amazing on them. Look at that. Look at that part in there. It looks almost like a number 7 in there. It is so nice and neat and sharp to get into your yarn. So I'm going to do a slip knot, and I'm going to do my chain in sets of 18. I'm going to do it in sets of 18, then I'm going to add an extra 13 at the end. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've got 4 sets of 18 on my chain. So I'm going to do an extra 13 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So what this does is, those extra 13 stitches makes that extra block. You need an odd number of blocks, and the easiest way to do it is in sets of 18. 18 makes 2 blocks, and then add an extra 13 at the end, because remember what I said at the beginning, your first block and your last block has 10 stitches in it, so that when you start your boxes, when you do your fillet block, you've got enough stitches to keep it all symmetrical. The extra 3 stitches makes up your chain. It makes up your chain like this. So you're going to do a UK treble crochet into the third stitch in the hook, 1, 2 and 3. So yarn over and go into the stitch and pull through, yarn over and come through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet for you. So you're going to count that little chain as 1 and that's 2. We need 10. So into the next stitch do another 1. That's 3. Into the next one, that's 4. Into the next one, 5. Through your next stitch. Try and catch 2 parts of that stitch. It makes it nice and neat. So my little chain counts as 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9 and 10. Now we need to do 5 spaces in the next block. We need 5 spaces. So you're going to chain 1, skip 1 stitch and do a UK treble crochet. That's a USA double crochet if you're in another country. So that's 1 space. Chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet into the next stitch. This is the fillet part of your work. Fillet means you've got holes, so you can either fill them in like this or you can have these spaces. So we've got 2. Chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet, chain 1, skip 1 and do a treble crochet. We need 5 spaces. So we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1 more will make 5. Skip a stitch and do a treble crochet. Now that treble crochet counts as your first stitch. We're going to do 9 stitches in the next block. Now remember, I explained in the middle sections of the blanket you'll have 9, you'll be using up 9 stitches, where on the end it's 10 stitches on the end, but all the ones in the middle we're going to be using 9, so that stitch counts as number 1. So we'll do a treble crochet into the next stitch, that's 2, 1 into the next stitch, 3, 1 into the next stitch, 4, 1 into the next stitch, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So this is what you got. You'll have your 10 stitches, that includes that chain of 3 there, 10 here, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, then we're going to do another 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, and you should finish with 10 treble crochets. So we're going to do the next set of spaces. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. That's you made one space. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. Do that until you've got 5 spaces. That's 3, chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. So chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, so chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. Now we need 9 treble crochets. That counts as your first one, so that's number 1 there. So we're going to do 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Then you'll do your 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets all the way along, and your last 10 stitches should be 10 treble crochets. So once we've got our first set of boxes done, you need 10 on the end to keep it all symmetrical so that the boxes will sit on top of this section. So you'll do that until you get to your last 10 stitches. You should finish with 5 spaces, then 10 treble crochets if you've done your stitch count correct. So I'll get that done, and once I get to the end I'll show you how to do the next row. So I've got my length done like this. I've got all my length done. Now remember, we had our chain here at the beginning, that counted as your first stitch. We've got 10 treble crochets, you've got 5 spaces, then you've got 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 treble crochets, 5 spaces, 9 and then 5, but on the end you should have 10 treble crochets. Once you do your next set of blocks, you need those 10 on the end to keep all the rest of the blocks to fit symmetrically along. And this is where a lot of people go wrong when they try to do this blanket. They try to do it all the same amount of stitches. They try to do it 9 stitches, 9 stitches, 9 stitches, but your blocks won't fit when you do your second set, just like I explained at the beginning. Now I've got 8 here and I've got 2 stitches left, so that'll make 10 treble crochets on the end. Now I found that starting with the treble crochet block, the full block, works a little better for this blanket. So this is what we've got. Now we're going to do 5 more rows. We need 6 rows altogether. You need 6 rows of these little spaces. So you're only going to chain 2, 1, 2, just chain 2. If you chain 3, you'll end up with a bumpy bit at the end. So chain 2, don't do it too tight. So into the next stitch, not that space there, right into this stitch, you're going to put your next treble crochet into that stitch. Now what you're going to notice when I do my treble crochets, I like to keep them exactly on top of each other. Now if you can see that little stitch there, you've got your top stitch like a V, and you've got a little tiny stitch there. That's where I put my hook. I put my hook in through there so it catches that bundle on the post, and that will, especially here, it'll keep your treble crochets exactly on top of each other. I've pulled my stitch out there. I'll do that one again. So I'm not going into that hole, I'm going into that stitch there. and doing my treble crochets. I should have 10 on this first block, so that's 1, 2, yarn over into the next stitch. Now I'm going in there, just push it through and it catches that tiny little stitch, and as you can see it keeps your treble crochets right on top of each other. If you do it into that holy space, I'll show you the difference. Now look at the difference. These ones look slightly over to the left. They look slightly over a bit, and you want to try and keep your crochet on top of each other. So my mother always told me to try and go into that little stitch. You can see that little stitch right there. So yarn over and into that little space, and it keeps your stitch on top of each other. An extra half a second to do that and your work looks so much neater. So you're going to do your 10 treble crochets, and remember your chain of 2 counts as your first treble crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. All the other ones should have 9, and the one on the end should have 10 treble crochets. So now we're going to do another row of our little fillet boxes. So chain 1, and into the top of this treble crochet you'll do a treble crochet, and that will make 1 space. That makes 1 space. Chain 1 into the next treble crochet, that will make 2 spaces. We've got 2, chain 1 into the next treble crochet, that's 3, chain 1 into the top of the next treble crochet, that's 4, chain 1 and into the next treble crochet. Now you don't really need to count them now, that counts as number 1, but you should have 9 by the time you get across here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So 1 treble crochet into the top of these stitches, then you'll chain 1 and do a treble crochet, chain 1, do a treble crochet. So you've got 5 spaces, then you'll do your 9 treble crochets, then you'll do your 5 spaces, your 9 treble crochets, your 5 spaces, and then you'll have 10 treble crochets at the end. You'll do your 10 treble crochets, make sure that'll be number 9 there, and number 10 is the top of that little chain. Go into the top of that little chain and that'll make 10. Chain 2 in turn and do the same again. Repeat this row until you have 6 rows done. You'll have 6 sets of little spaces, just like the bigger blanket. So I've done my 6 rows, and this is what it looks like now. You've got your block with 10 treble crochets on each end, and in between it's 9 in between. Your little fillet block is 5 spaces, and we've got 6 rows. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make it so that we have this fillet block on top of this one, and the full block will go on top of the fillet blocks. And the reason we've got the 10 on the end is so that it fits in over the top and you've still got your 5 spaces. So what you're going to do is you're going to chain 3. When you do the fillet on the end, you're chaining 3. 2 is for the treble crochet and the 1 is for the chain 1. If you do 3 for the treble crochet here, you'll end up with a sticking out bit. So I found it's best to do 2 chain to represent the treble crochet, and then do 1 more. That's 3. That's your chain 1. You're going to turn your work. You're going to skip, don't work that one, you're going to skip this stitch and work into this one, and that'll make your first block. I'll get my hook through there. So that makes your first space, and as you can see, when we come along, we'll put 1 in to the second stitch in this little chain, so it doesn't all stick out at the edge and you don't end up with a bumpy edge on your blanket. You're going to chain 1, so that's 1 space, skip a stitch and treble crochet just like we did before. So that's space 2, chain 1, skip a stitch and treble crochet into the top of the next stitch, chain 1, skip a stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do the 5th one. The 5th one is going to be in this space. So chain 1 and into the chain space, the first chain space, so you'll skip that stitch and do your treble crochet into there, and that's you got your 5 spaces. And what that's going to do, it's going to keep it symmetrical, and that's why we have the 10 on the end here, because this one crosses over into the next set of boxes. So count that stitch as stitch 1. We're going to do 9 across here. So into the top of this next stitch, you're going to do a treble crochet. So that's 2. 1 into the chain space makes 3. 1 into the top of the next stitch is 4. 1 into the chain space, that's 5. 1 into the next treble crochet is 6. 1 into the chain space is 7. Oops. Into the top of the treble crochet. Now remember, I'm going inside where that tiny little stitch there is. I just push my hook through, and that keeps your fillet right on the top of the other one. That keeps your stitches all in line. 1 into the chain space, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 into the chain space makes 9. So we're going to build the box, the fillet box on the top. So chain 1, skip that first stitch. We're going to skip that stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. So that's 1 space made. Chain 1, skip the next stitch and treble crochet into the next stitch. That's 2 spaces. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next stitch. Chain 1, work your way along, skip a stitch, treble crochet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. Last space, chain 1, skip that stitch and treble crochet into this chain space here. So that gives you your 5 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that treble crochet counts as number 1. We're going to do 9 across the top here. So that's 1. We're going into each stitch. That's 2. Into the chain space. That's 3. Into the top of the next stitch. that's 4, into the chain space, that's 5, into the top of the next stitch, 6, chain space, 7, into the top of the next stitch, that's 8, and into the chain space, that's 9. And now we're going to do this one again. We're going to do the fillet block again. So we should have 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Chain 1, skip that stitch, and you're going to treble crochet into the second stitch in your chain. Remember here we did a chain of 2, so you're going to do your treble crochet into the top of that little chain of 2. And if you see how nice and straight it keeps it with just doing that chain 2 at the end. So this is what we have now. Don't worry about it looking like this. Once we do the rest of the box, once we do the rest of that square, it'll straighten up. And this keeps your 5 fillet spaces, and this keeps your 5 fillet spaces above this box. So that is row 1 of the pattern. You're going to do another 5. Just like the bottom pattern here, we need 6 rows for the boxes that are here. You're going to chain 3. When you're on the fillet row on the end, you'll chain 3. But when you're doing the full box, you'll only chain 2 at the end. So you chain 2, that makes your treble crochet, just those 2. Chain 1 and turn. And because you're only doing 2, you can see that you're not getting a poking out part on this corner. Sometimes if you do 3 here and then a chain 1, you get a bit that sticks out at an odd angle. So just doing the 2 here makes it much more flush and much more straight on the edge. So 2 chain for your treble crochet and 1 for your chain 1. You're going to yarn over and go over on top of this treble crochet. Chain 1 and move to the next treble crochet to make your next space. Chain 1 and move to the next treble crochet. I'm actually growling at the noise outside. Yarn over and into the next one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So chain 1 and into the top of the next one. I'll give you your 5th space. So you've got your 5 spaces, and look how much neater it is with having your 10 stitches on the end. It keeps it all balanced, nice and neat, box on top of box. So we're going to do treble crochets all the way along here. Then you'll start your chain 1, treble crochet, chain 1, treble crochet until you get to here. Then you'll do all your treble crochets, that'll be 9. Then your chain 1 and your treble crochets to make your 5 spaces. Do your treble crochets, do your spaces, your treble crochets, and then your 5 spaces. When you get to the end, you'll treble crochet into the second stitch, count 1 and 2, and that's where you'll treble crochet into there. Chain 3 and do another row. You'll do that until you have 6 rows, just the same as you have here. But you'll see that all your boxes have moved over one, they've moved over. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do my other 5 rows. I'm just going to follow the pattern that I've got here on this row here, and I'll come back and show you the next step. So I've done my next section of the blanket. Now these are the two sections that you'll keep repeating until your blanket is as tall as you want it to be. The one thing with this blanket, what it might need is you maybe need to spray it with water and make it damp, and then just pin it out, and just so it straightens itself out, especially these fillet boxes here. And then you can put it in between a couple of big bath sheets and leave it to dry, and that will straighten it all out nice and neat and make sure it'll open up these boxes a little bit more. So all you do is, once you've done this set, you're going to go back and do this set again. So you'll just chain 2, 1, 2, and turn your work. When you're doing just the trebles, just chain 2 here, and that way it keeps your edge nice and straight, and it doesn't make it go all in and out and in and out. It keeps it all nice and straight up the edge. So into the chain space you'll put a treble crochet. So that little chain of 2 counts as your first stitch. That's your second one. Then you'll put 1 into the top of this treble crochet. That's 3. Now remember, on the ends you should have 10, and then in here you've got it's 9s you've got in. So at the beginning and at the end it's 10. That's what keeps that little pattern the way it is, sitting almost on top of that box. If you only had 9, you would only get 4 of the spaces here. So 1 into the chain space. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 into the top of here. It's 5. 1 into the chain space. 6. 7. 1 into the chain space makes 8. 1 into the treble crochet makes 9. And 1 into the chain space makes 10. Now you're going to chain 1, and you're going to skip that stitch and do a treble crochet into this one. We're going to do those little chain spaces now. So that's your first one. Chain 1, skip a stitch and do a treble crochet into the top of the next one. Makes 2. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet. Chain 1, skip 1 and treble crochet into the next one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 1 more to go. Chain 1, skip that stitch and do your next one in that chain space, and that counts as number 1. So we've got our 5 spaces. You've got your 5 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that counts as your first stitch. Now we need 9 now. We only do 10 on this, the first one and that last one. That's the only place that you've got 10 stitches. So that's 1. Should go into the top of the stitch. That's 2. Into the chain space. 3 and into the top, and remember I've been going into that little bundle that's there. That keeps one stitch right on top of the other, so it's all nice and neat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the 9th one I'll go in that chain space. And you'll chain 1 and do your box. We're going to do our little spaces again. So chain 1, skip 1 and do your space. You've got your little fillet space. Chain 1, skip 1 and do your next one, and you'll work your way along like that right to the end. You'll do another 6 rows because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So your next one you'll have 6, and then what you'll do is you'll go back once this block's done, you'll go back to doing that hole, the one with all the holes, and you'll work your way up your blanket until it's the height that you want it. I've got it as big as I need it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the edges just to neaten up down the edge. So into this corner I'm going to put one more treble crochet, just the one, and that'll make 11 along here. I'm going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and into that same space put 2 more treble crochets. That's 1 and 2, and that'll give you your corner around. If you put 2 in here, chain 2 and put another 2, it's going to bring your corner way off centre. So because we've got 10 here already, just put the 1 in, then put 2 chain and 2 treble crochets in the same stitch. So what that's going to do is, because you've got this row here, it'll make this one look as if it's just continuing along. Now in the spaces, it depends on your tension to how many stitches. You're going to evenly put stitches down here. This will open up these boxes on the end as well. So what I'm going to do for each row, into this one I'm just going to put 1 treble crochet, but you might have to adjust it for your tension, and into each stitch section, into each line, I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. So that's 1 and 2. So move to the next line of stitching and put 2 into the top of that. We're going to do that all the way down. Now if you find that your edge starts to go into a wave, then try doing 2 stitches, 1 stitch, 2 stitch, 1 stitch, 2 stitch. Make it even, just as long as you have the same number of stitches on this side as you put on this side, it will even it up. But you might have to adjust the amount of stitches. Every now and then you might just have to put 1 in. It depends on your yarn and your tension. So I'm going to put 2 in. We'll see what it looks like. So into my first box I'm going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Into my next box the same thing, we'll put 2 in all the way down and we'll see how it looks. Now I always find when you're doing edges you might have to adjust it, because your stitching might be different from mine and it might be a lot slacker or even a lot tighter. So all the way down, 2 into each section. And that's laying nice and flat. That's making it lay out nice and flat, and that should be plenty. Now when you get to the bottom, so you're putting 2 in each of the box and 2 in each at the top of those lines that you've got there, and then 2 into each of the spaces. When you get to the corner one, the very corner down here, put 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet, and then put 1 in along these stitches, because this is the bottom of the blanket. So on the bottom you can just follow the way it's done. Put 1 into each stitch, and when you get to the box, put 1 in the box and 1 in this, one in the box, one in this treble crochet, one in the box, one in there, one in the box, one there, one in the box. Because we're going along the bottom of the blanket, you can just treat it like you did the top. Up the sides, because it's wider again, put 2 in. Put 2 into each section, because your sections are a little bit wider. So down the sides, put 2 in, and work your way all around your blanket like this. So I'm going to work my way around my blanket. I'll check that my stitch count is okay, that it stays nice and flat, and it doesn't weave, it doesn't wobble back up and down. If it wobbles, then you just might need to adjust it. Every now and then you just might need to put 1 in, just to lower the stitch count. So I'll work my way all the way around to that other corner. So I've done a whole round, and when I got to the end I just slip stitched into where I started. You can put more than one round around your blanket, and this is what it looks like. So give this a try. Give it a try. It's a beautiful blanket. It turned out beautiful no matter what colour. You might have to wash your blanket once you've done it, just to open up those fillet boxes. When you're working on it, it'll sort of squish in a little bit like this. So, but when you wash it, it will pull it out, it'll straighten it all out, and it'll look lovely. Give this a try. I'm sure you're going to love it just the same as I did. Thank you very much for watching.